Forget Asura's light. What if Naruto inherited a demon's jealousy instead? Imagine a cursed child wielding moon breathing, driven by a centuries-old hunger for power. Today, we rewrite history with a darker, bloodier legend. Naruto Uzumaki, the reincarnation of Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo.
The blade that shouldn't exist tore through reality itself, and Kakashi Hatake realized he'd made a terrible mistake. It started simply enough. 3 genin stood before him in training ground. 3. Sakura Haruno, nervous and uncertain. Sasuke Uchiha, confident and brooding. And Naruto Uzumaki, who stood with his hand hovering over his waist where no weapon rested, his posture so perfect it looked carved from stone. The transformation from the Academy's dead-last prankster to this disciplined warrior had happened seemingly overnight, right after the Mizuki incident that nobody wanted to talk about. The instructors whispered that Mizuki had been found unconscious in the forest, his body covered in strange crescent-shaped wounds that the medics couldn't explain. When questioned, Naruto had simply said, "He attacked Iruka-sensei. I stopped him." No elaboration. No boasting. Just cold, ancient fact. Kakashi had dismissed it as luck, or perhaps the Nine-Tails influence. Now, looking at those eyes, blue as the sky but somehow older than the village itself, he wasn't so sure. "All right," Kakashi said cheerfully, holding up 2 bells. "Come at me with the intent to kill, or you'll never get these." He expected the usual chaos. Sakura hesitating, Sasuke rushing in with basic taijutsu, Naruto charging blindly. Instead, Naruto's breathing changed. The air pressure shifted. The temperature dropped 5 degrees in an instant. "Sensei," Naruto said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of centuries, "I apologize in advance." Flesh, blood, and purple chakra erupted from Naruto's right palm like a grotesque flower blooming in reverse. The substance twisted and writhed, solidifying into a katana that made Kakashi's every instinct scream danger. The blade was covered in eyes, actual blinking eyes that tracked independently, some fixed on Kakashi, others scanning the surroundings. The metal shimmered with malevolent purple energy, and the guard was wrapped in what looked disturbingly like human muscle tissue. The weapon radiated such pure malice that the grass beneath Naruto's feet withered and died. Sakura screamed. Sasuke took an involuntary step backward, his Sharingan activating on instinct despite not being awakened yet. No, wait, his eyes were normal, just wide with primal fear. Kakashi's hand moved toward his headband, ready to reveal his Sharingan. Naruto took a single step forward, the grotesque blade held in a flawless battojutsu stance. His lips moved, forming words in a language that predated chakra itself. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace. The draw was faster than Kakashi's eye could track. One moment the sword was sheathed at Naruto's side, the next it had completed a perfect horizontal slash. But the blade itself wasn't the danger. From the cutting edge erupted a storm of chaotic, crescent-shaped slashes made of condensed purple energy. They didn't travel in neat lines like wind chakra. They overlapped, intersected, curved at impossible angles, creating a 3-dimensional net of destruction that filled the entire training ground in the span of a heartbeat. Kakashi used body flicker, vanishing from his position just as the wave of crescent blades tore through the space he'd occupied. Trees exploded into splinters. The ground split open in dozens of curved gouges. The memorial stone 100 feet away developed 3 new cracks. His precious Icha book, dropped in his haste to escape, was atomized into confetti-sized pieces that drifted on the wind like cherry blossoms. When Kakashi reappeared on a tree branch 50 feet away, Naruto was standing calmly in the center of a perfect circle of devastation, holding both bells in his left hand. The grotesque sword had vanished, dissolved back into his palm as if it had never existed. Around Naruto's head, visible in the air like heat shimmer, 6 glowing eyes manifested in his aura, 3 on each side, arranged vertically, all fixed on Kakashi with predatory focus. "You left yourself open when you reached for your headband, Sensei," Naruto said, his tone respectful but matter of fact. "In a real battle, that hesitation would have cost you your life. The bells were in your pouch. I took them during the displacement caused by the air pressure from my technique." The 6 phantom eyes faded. Naruto's posture relaxed slightly, though his gaze remained sharp. Kakashi stared at him, his visible eye wide, his mind racing through every shinobi in the bingo book, every Kekkei Genkai he knew, every forbidden technique in Konoha's archives. Nothing explained what he just witnessed. "What?" Kakashi said slowly. "Are you?" Naruto's expression didn't change, but something flickered in those blue eyes. Something old and tired and sad. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, Genin of Konohagakure. That's all that matters in this life." In this life. The phrasing sent a chill down Kakashi's spine. Behind Naruto, Sakura had fallen to her knees, hyperventilating. Sasuke stood frozen, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles had turned white, staring at Naruto with an expression caught between terror and envy. Kakashi dropped from the tree, landing smoothly despite his racing heart. He held out his hand. Naruto placed both bells in his palm without hesitation. "You pass," Kakashi said, his tone carefully neutral. "All three of you. Report to training ground. 3 tomorrow at 0700 for your first mission briefing." "Sensei," Sasuke said, his voice strained. "What about the teamwork test? The whole those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash lesson?" Kakashi looked at Sasuke, then at Naruto, then at the devastated training ground. Half the trees were gone. The ground looked like a meteor shower had hit it. His book was scattered across 3 different time zones. "I think," he said carefully, "that the lesson here is that some teammates operate on a completely different level, and the smart thing to do is stay out of their way and support them however you can." It wasn't the lesson he'd planned to teach, but plans changed when you discovered your student could casually generate attacks that rivaled S-rank ninjutsu without breaking a sweat. As they left the training ground, Kakashi noticed Naruto pause at the memorial stone, his fingers tracing the names carved there. "Sensei," Naruto said quietly, "the people whose names are on this stone, they had bonds worth dying for, didn't they?" "Yes," Kakashi replied, surprised by the question. "Good." Naruto's hand dropped to his side. "Then their deaths had meaning. That's more than most can say, even after centuries." He walked away, leaving Kakashi with more questions than answers, and a growing certainty that he needed to report this to the Hokage immediately. Something was living inside Naruto Uzumaki, or perhaps something had always been there, and it had finally awakened. Either way, the dead last of the academy had just become the most dangerous genin in the village's history. What Kakashi didn't know, what he couldn't know, was that every night for the past 3 months, Naruto had stood alone in the forest of death, manifesting that grotesque blade and practicing forms that had taken him 400 years to perfect in a previous life. Every night, he remembered being Michikatsu Tsugikuni, the samurai who became Kokushibo, Upper Moon One, the demon who spent centuries chasing the shadow of his brother's perfection. He remembered the jealousy that consumed him, the humanity he abandoned, the bonds he severed in his quest for strength. He remembered dying with nothing but regret, staring up at his own reflection in a broken sword, finally seeing the monster he'd become. In this life, he'd been given a second chance. A lonely orphan in a village that hated him, yes, but also a chance to walk the path of the blade differently. Not for jealousy, not for selfish strength, but to protect the precious few bonds he had in this lonely world. Iruka, who acknowledged him, Tochi and Ayame, who fed him without judgment, and now, perhaps this team. The sword was still a curse. The power was still monstrous. But this time, Naruto Uzumaki would wield them for something other than his own ego. This time, he would not let jealousy consume him. This time, when he looked in the mirror, he would see a protector, not a monster, even if he had to become a monster to protect them. The Hokage's office smelled of tobacco and old paper, and Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk with the patient expression of a man who'd heard every story the world had to offer. Then Kakashi finished his report, and that expression cracked. "A flesh sword?" Hiruzen repeated, setting down his pipe. "Covered in eyes?" "At least a dozen, maybe more," Kakashi confirmed. They moved independently. Some watched me while others scanned the perimeter. The blade itself appeared to be made of solidified chakra mixed with biological matter. I couldn't identify the composition from a distance. When it struck, it generated crescent-shaped projectiles that behaved unlike any wind or chakra technique I've encountered. The attack pattern was chaotic, overlapping, impossible to predict. I've fought Orochimaru, faced the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and tracked S-rank missing nin across 3 countries. Nothing I've seen compares to what Naruto did today. Hiruzen steepled his fingers, his aged eyes thoughtful, and his demeanor completely different from his academy persona. Disciplined, precise, cold. He apologized before attacking, showed no hesitation during the technique, and handed over the bells without gloating. His comments about this life and centuries suggest either recovered memories or some form of possession. Kakashi paused. Hokage-sama, I don't think we're dealing with the Nine Tails influence. This feels older, foreign, like something that predates chakra itself. The Hokage pulled out a file from his desk. Naruto's academy records, psychiatric evaluations, and incident reports. 3 months ago, Naruto's behavior changed overnight. His teachers reported that he stopped pranking, stopped seeking attention, and started requesting access to the academy's taijutsu archives. He would sit for hours studying sword forms despite never carrying a weapon. When Mizuki attacked Iruka and stole the forbidden scroll, Naruto intercepted him. The Anbu found Mizuki unconscious with 17 crescent-shaped lacerations across his body. Non-lethal, but precise. Naruto claimed self-defense and returned the scroll without opening it. We had no evidence to pursue further questioning. You think he awakened something during that incident? I think, Hiruzen said slowly, that whatever is inside Naruto has been there for a while, waiting. The question is, what is it, and what does it want? Permission to monitor him closely during team exercises? Granted. But Kakashi, Hiruzen's expression hardened, Naruto is still a Konoha shinobi and under the village's protection. Whatever he is, he's not shown hostile intent toward the village. If anything, his actions against Mizuki protected valuable secrets. Until he proves otherwise, he's to be trained and guided, not feared. Kakashi nodded, but privately he wondered if guidance would be enough. He'd seen the look in Naruto's eyes when he'd asked about the memorial stone. A deep, aching sadness that no 12-year-old should possess. It was the look of someone who'd lost everything and was desperately trying not to lose anything ever again. That kind of desperation, combined with that kind of power, made for a very dangerous combination. Team 7's first D-rank missions were exercises in frustration for everyone except Naruto. Chasing Tora the cat through the village should have been simple teamwork, but Sakura was still terrified of Naruto after the bell test. Sasuke refused to coordinate with the dead last, and Kakashi spent most of his time observing Naruto's movements. What he observed was unsettling. Naruto moved through the village with perfect situational awareness, his head on a swivel, his posture always balanced. When Tora finally appeared, Naruto didn't chase. He simply stood still, closed his eyes, and breathed. His chest rose and fell in a specific rhythm, 1 breath per 3 heartbeats, deep and controlled. Then his eyes snapped open, and he walked directly to a specific fence post 3 streets away. Tora was hiding underneath it. How did you know? Sakura asked, still keeping her distance. I heard her breathing, Naruto replied simply. Animals breathe faster when frightened. I counted heartbeats by listening to blood flow through her carotid artery, triangulated her position from the sound echo off surrounding buildings, and factored in wind direction to track her scent. Basic tracking. Sakura stared. Sasuke's eye twitched. Kakashi made a mental note. Enhanced senses, possibly supernatural level. The D ranks continued. Weeding gardens, painting fences, walking dogs. Naruto performed each task with mechanical efficiency and 0 complaints. But every evening, he disappeared. Kakashi followed him once, using Anbu stealth techniques, and discovered Naruto in a clearing deep in the forest of death. The flesh sword manifested, and Naruto began to practice. Each form was different. Each movement generated those chaotic crescent blades that carved through trees and stone with equal ease. Kakashi recognized kenjutsu stances from half a dozen sword schools, some familiar, some extinct, some that shouldn't exist in the elemental nations at all. Naruto moved through them with the fluidity of a master who'd practiced these forms 10,000 times. No wasted movement, no hesitation, just perfect, deadly technique. Between forms, Naruto would pause and speak to himself. Kakashi strained to hear. Third form, loathsome moon, chains. The chains bind the opponent's escape routes, multiple curved slashes that intersect to create an inescapable net. Naruto executed the technique, and trees fell in 5 directions simultaneously, cut by blades that curved around obstacles. I used this to kill Hashira, men with families, men with dreams. I was so proud of my skill, so consumed by jealousy of Yoriichi, I never questioned if I should use this power, only that I could. A pause. The sword trembled in his grip. Yoriichi never bragged, never gloated. He simply existed, and his existence was perfection. I hated him for it. I became a demon to surpass him. I gained power beyond imagination, and it brought me nothing but emptiness. I spent 400 years perfecting these techniques, and they earned me nothing but loneliness and regret. Naruto's grip tightened on the blade. The eyes on the sword blinked rapidly, agitated. Not this time. This time, I have Iruka-sensei. Team 7. A village I can protect, even if they hate me. I won't let jealousy consume me again. I won't abandon my humanity for power. Even if Sasuke is stronger, even if Sakura never acknowledges me, even if Kakashi-sensei fears me, I will protect them. That's the only way to redeem 400 years of mistakes. He resumed practice, and Kakashi retreated silently, his heart heavy. He'd heard enough. Naruto wasn't possessed. He was reincarnated. Somehow, impossibly, the soul of someone who lived 4 centuries of regret had found its way into a lonely orphan boy, and that boy was trying desperately to do better this time. Kakashi reported everything to the Hokage, who ordered increased monitoring, but no intervention. Let him find his path, Hiruzen said. If his past life drives him to protect rather than destroy, then perhaps that's exactly what Konoha needs right now. 2 weeks later, everything changed when a drunk named Tazuna walked into the mission assignment office and lied about the danger rating of a bridge building job. The road to Wave Country was quiet until it wasn't. Team 7 walked in standard formation. Kakashi at the lead, Sakura and Sasuke in the middle, Naruto taking rear guard. The client, Tazuna, reeked of cheap sake and cheaper lies. Naruto could smell the fear sweat beneath the alcohol, could hear the elevated heartbeat, could practically taste the desperation rolling off the old bridge builder in waves. Sensei, Naruto said quietly, the client is hiding something. His biological responses indicate extreme stress inappropriate for a C-rank escort mission. Kakashi glanced back. You can tell that from observation? I can see his pulse through his neck. His breathing is shallow. His pupils are dilated despite the overcast lighting. His sweat contains elevated cortisol levels. I can smell it. He's either terrified or lying, probably both. Tazuna sputtered indignantly, but Kakashi raised a hand. We'll continue the mission but remain on high alert. Naruto, any other observations? There's been a puddle on the road behind us for the last 200 meters. It hasn't rained in 3 days. The water is too clean to be runoff. It's following us. Sasuke spun around, scanning the road. Sure enough, there it was. A small puddle that shouldn't exist. Before anyone could react, 2 figures burst from the water. The demon brothers, Meizu and Gozu, their gauntlets dripping with poison. They moved fast, their chain weapon wrapping around Kakashi before anyone could blink. They pulled, and Kakashi was torn to pieces in a spray of blood and shredded cloth. Sakura screamed. Sasuke froze. The demon brothers grinned, already turning toward the rest of the team. Naruto was faster. The flesh sword manifested in his hand, erupting from his palm in a burst of purple chakra and biological matter. The eyes on the blade all focused on the demon brothers simultaneously, tracking their movements with predatory intensity. Naruto's stance shifted into perfect Aido form, his feet shoulder-width apart, his center of gravity low, his breathing controlled. Moon breathing, 3rd form, he said, his voice cold as winter. Loathsome moon, chains. The slash came from an overhead position, the blade descending in a diagonal arc. But what emerged from the cutting edge was chaos incarnate. Dozens of crescent-shaped slashes erupted in overlapping patterns, curving and intersecting at impossible angles. Some curved left, some curved right, some spiraled, creating a 3-dimensional net of destruction that filled the space between Naruto and the demon brothers. The chain weapon was severed in 17 places simultaneously. The demon brothers' armor shattered. Their gauntlets fell apart. The trees on either side of the road developed deep cuts. The road itself cracked under the pressure of compressed air displacement. And through it all, not a single slash touched Sakura or Sasuke, who stood in the eye of the storm, completely protected by Naruto's precise control. The demon brothers collapsed, unconscious from shock and blood loss, their bodies covered in shallow cuts that avoided all vital organs. Naruto's blade dissolved back into his hand, and Kakashi emerged from the trees, completely unharmed, his visible eye wide with approval. "Excellent awareness, Naruto," Kakashi said. "You identified the threat, protected your teammates, and neutralized the enemy without killing them. That's proper shinobi protocol." Naruto nodded curtly, but his attention was on Tazuna, who'd gone pale. "The mission parameters have changed. These weren't random bandits. They were Chunin-level missing nin from Kirigakure. Someone hired them specifically to kill you, which means this stopped being a C rank the moment you lied on the mission application form." Tazuna collapsed to his knees. "Please, you have to understand. Wave Country is poor. We're being bled dry by Gato, a shipping magnate who controls all trade in and out of the country. He's hired ninja to prevent us from completing the bridge that would break his monopoly. I couldn't afford a B-rank mission. I couldn't afford any mission. But if we don't finish that bridge, my people will starve." Sakura looked at Kakashi. "We should report this to the village and request backup." Sasuke crossed his arms. "Or we could prove we're strong enough to handle it ourselves." Naruto said nothing, but his eyes were distant, remembering a time when he'd had the power to save people and chose not to, consumed by his own selfish goals. He remembered villages burned by demons, families destroyed, while he stood by and did nothing because it didn't serve his purpose. He told himself he was strong, but real strength wasn't about power. It was about using that power to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. "We continue the mission," Naruto said firmly. "These people need our help." Kakashi studied him for a long moment, then smiled beneath his mask. "Normally, I'd make this decision myself, but I'm curious. Why?" "Because power without purpose is just waste. I learned that lesson too late once. I won't make the same mistake twice." The statement hung in the air. Sasuke frowned, confused by the phrasing. Sakura still looked terrified, but Kakashi nodded slowly, understanding something the genin couldn't. "All right, we continue, but everyone stays alert. If we're dealing with Chunin-level threats, we might face worse." They had no idea how right he was. The mist came without warning. One moment, Team 7 was crossing the bridge into Wave Country, the air clear and the water calm. The next, thick fog rolled across the water like a living thing, swallowing visibility in seconds. Kakashi's hand moved to his headband, ready to reveal his Sharingan. Tazuna huddled in the center of their formation, trembling. A killing intent washed over them, cold, professional, and utterly merciless. It was the kind of intent that came from decades of assassination, from hundreds of kills, from a man who'd perfected murder into an art form. "Zabuza Momochi," Kakashi said quietly, finally pulling up his headband to reveal the Sharingan. "The demon of the hidden mist, A-rank missing nin, master of silent killing, wielder of Kubikiribocho, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Everyone, get into Manji formation and protect Tazuna." But Naruto didn't move into formation. His hand was already extended, purple chakra swirling around his palm as flesh and blood twisted into that grotesque blade. The eyes on the sword opened, tracking movements in the mist that human eyes couldn't perceive. "Sensei," Naruto said calmly, "please step back." Kakashi's protest died when Zabuza materialized from the mist, his massive cleaver already mid-swing toward Tazuna's neck. The speed was incredible, Jonin level, refined over decades of experience. Most Genin wouldn't even see the strike before they died. Naruto was already moving. He'd activated something Kakashi couldn't identify. His eyes had changed, become sharper, more focused, as if he could see through the mist itself. Later, Naruto would explain it as the transparent world, the ability to perceive muscles, blood flow, skeletal structure, and predict movements before they happened. Right now, all Kakashi saw was Naruto sidestepping Zabuza's strike with millimeters to spare and counterattacking with a speed that rivaled the demon of the mist himself. Moon breathing, third form, loathsome moon, chains. The slash created a storm of curved projectiles that erupted from Naruto's blade in chaotic patterns. Zabuza's eyes widened. He'd fought hundreds of shinobi, killed Kaji-level opponents, survived the Bloody Mist graduation ceremony. Nothing had prepared him for attacks that curved around his guard, that struck from angles that shouldn't exist, that created a net of destruction impossible to dodge. He substituted with a water clone, appearing 20 feet away on the water's surface, his gaze fixed on Naruto's sword, and Kakashi saw genuine shock in those cold eyes. "What the hell is that weapon?" Zabuza growled. "Something you don't need to understand," Naruto replied. "Just know that if you continue this assault, I will cut you down." Zabuza laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "Big words from a kid. You think fancy sword tricks scare me? I've killed entire clans. I've bathed in the blood of my own classmates. I'm the demon of—" "You're not a demon." Naruto's voice cut through Zabuza's boast like a knife. "You're a man playing at being a monster because that's all you know. I've seen real demons. I was one. You're just sad." The temperature dropped 10 degrees. Zabuza's killing intent spiked to levels that made Sakura fall to her knees and Sasuke's hands shake. But Naruto stood unmoved, his own presence rising to meet Zabuza's. And suddenly, the area was filled with a killing intent so ancient, so overwhelming, so utterly alien, that Zabuza actually took a step backward. For a moment, Zabuza saw something standing behind Naruto. A tall figure with 6 eyes and a sword covered in eyes, radiating power that made Zabuza's legendary reputation feel like a child's tantrum. Then it was gone, and there was just a blonde kid with a weird sword and eyes that had seen too much. "Zabuza-sama," a soft voice called from the mist. "We should retreat. This opponent is beyond our contract parameters." A figure materialized beside Zabuza, smaller, wearing a hunter nin mask, moving with the grace of a trained assassin. Zabuza hesitated, pride warring with survival instinct. Finally, survival won. "This isn't over, kid," Zabuza said, already fading back into the mist. "We'll meet again." "I'll be waiting," Naruto replied, and the promise in his voice was absolute. When the mist cleared, Kakashi was staring at Naruto with his Sharingan fully revealed, memorizing every detail of what had just happened. The sword dissolved back into Naruto's hand, leaving no trace it had ever existed. Naruto's breathing remained steady, his heartbeat normal, as if facing down one of the most dangerous missing 9 in the world had been just another Tuesday. "Naruto," Kakashi said carefully, "we need to talk about that technique." "Later, Sensei. First, we get Tazuna home safely, then we prepare for the real battle. Zabuza isn't the type to give up after one skirmish. He'll attack again, and next time he'll be ready." Sasuke was staring at Naruto with an expression Kakashi recognized instantly. The same look Obito had given him when they were kids. The same look that preceded years of rivalry and competition. It was the look of someone realizing they weren't the strongest person in the room and hating every second of it. This, Kakashi thought warily, is going to be a problem. But that problem would have to wait. Right now, they had a bridge to protect and a demon swordsman to prepare for. And if Naruto's past life memories were accurate, the real battle was just beginning. Tazuna's house was modest, a wooden structure that smelled of fish and desperation, maintained by a woman named Tsunami and her young son Inari. The boy took one look at Team 7 and declared that heroes didn't exist, that everyone died eventually, and that fighting Gato was pointless. His cynicism was born from watching his stepfather Kaiser die trying to stand up to Gato's tyranny. Naruto listened to the story in silence, his expression unreadable. That night, while the others slept, Kakashi found him sitting on the roof. The flesh sword manifested and resting across his knees. The eyes on the blade were all closed, as if sleeping. "Can't sleep?" Kakashi asked, settling down beside him. "I rarely sleep," Naruto admitted. "The memories are too vivid. Every time I close my eyes, I see 400 years of mistakes. Faces of people I killed, faces of people I failed to save. My brother's face, always disappointed, always unreachable. Sleep is difficult." "Your brother?" Naruto's hand traced the blade's edge. "Yoriichi Tsugikuni, the greatest swordsman who ever lived, born with talent that made everyone else look like amateurs. He could have had everything, fame, glory, legacy. Instead, he chose to use his power to protect the weak. He hunted demons not for glory, but because it was right. And I, his older brother, hated him for it." "You were jealous." "Jealous doesn't begin to cover it. I was consumed. I trained my entire human life trying to surpass him. I died trying. Then I was offered power, real power, by a demon named Muzan. I took it. I became Kokushibo, Upper Moon One, the strongest demon in existence aside from Muzan himself. I spent 400 years perfecting my sword technique, creating forms that no human could replicate, killing anyone who challenged me. And you know what I gained from all that power? Nothing, Kakashi said quietly. Worse than nothing. I gained the clarity to realize I'd wasted my entire existence chasing a shadow. Yoriichi died at 80, surrounded by the people he'd saved, remembered as a hero. I died at 600, alone in a castle, killed by descendants of the Demon Slayer Corps, and nobody even remembered my name. They just remembered the monster I'd become. Naruto looked up at the stars. In this life, I have a chance to be different. That boy Inari, he thinks heroes don't exist because he saw one die. He doesn't understand that real heroism isn't about never dying. It's about choosing to stand up even when you know you might. His stepfather Kaiser was more of a hero than I ever was in my first life because he chose to protect this village knowing he'd probably die. That's real strength. Is that why you want to protect Team 7? Kakashi asked. To prove you can be different? I want to protect Team 7 because they're mine, Naruto said simply. Sakura is terrified of me, Sasuke resents me, and you're probably filing reports about me to the Hokage every night. But you're still my team. You're still bonds I can't afford to lose. If I let jealousy or pride or fear drive me away from those bonds, then I'm just repeating my past mistakes. And I refuse to do that. Kakashi sat in silence for a long moment, processing this. Finally, he spoke. Naruto, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest. Are you loyal to Konoha? Yes. Why? Because Konoha is where Iruka-sensei lives, where the Ichiraku family makes ramen, where my team is based, where I have a chance to build bonds worth protecting. I don't care about the village politics or the Hokage strategies or any of that. I care about the people in it who've shown me kindness, and I'll kill anyone who threatens them. The last sentence was delivered with such casual certainty that Kakashi believed every word. This wasn't a boast. It was a statement of fact from someone who'd killed more people than most shinobi could count and felt no hesitation about doing it again. Fair enough, Kakashi said. For what it's worth, I'm filing reports, yes, but they're all positive. The Hokage is concerned, but he trusts you. And so do I. Naruto looked surprised. Even after seeing what I can do, especially after seeing what you can do. Power without loyalty is dangerous. Power with loyalty is an asset. You've proven your loyalty every day since the bell test. You protected your teammates against the demon brothers. You're here protecting a bridge builder you just met because it's the right thing to do. That tells me more about who you are than any supernatural sword technique. The flesh sword dissolved, and Naruto's shoulders relaxed slightly. Thank you, Sensei. That means more than you know. They sat together in companionable silence, watching the stars. Tomorrow, Zabuza would attack again. Tomorrow, the real battle would begin. But tonight, for just a moment, Naruto Uzumaki felt like he might actually succeed in walking a different path than the one Kokushibo had walked. And that feeling, small as it was, felt like hope. The attack came at dawn, when the mist was thickest and visibility was measured in inches. Team 7 was guarding Tazuna at the bridge construction site when the hidden mist jutsu rolled in, thicker and more oppressive than before. Kakashi immediately moved to protect Tazuna, his Sharingan spinning. Sakura took a defensive position. Sasuke drew kunai, his hands shaking slightly from fear and adrenaline. Naruto simply stood still, breathing. He'd activated the transparent world the moment the mist appeared. In this state, the fog was irrelevant. He could see the heat signatures of everyone present, could track the minute disturbances in air pressure caused by movement, could hear heartbeats from 100 feet away. And right now, he could hear 3 heartbeats. Zabuza's, confident and steady, his companions, fast and nervous, and his own teams, elevated but controlled. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said calmly, there are 2 opponents. Zabuza is at your 11 o'clock, 30 feet away, preparing a water clone technique. His companion is at my 3 o'clock, 20 feet away, moving to flank us. I'll handle the companion. You handle Zabuza. How can you possibly know that? Sasuke demanded. You can't see anything in this mist. I don't need to see. I can hear blood flow, smell sweat composition, feel air pressure displacement. Now be quiet and let the adults work. Sasuke's face flushed with anger, but before he could retort, a volley of senbon needles came flying from the mist, aimed directly at Tazuna. The attack was precise, professional, designed to kill instantly. Naruto's hand moved and the flesh sword manifested, its eyes all snapping open simultaneously and tracking the incoming projectiles. One slash. That's all it took. A casual horizontal cut that generated a small wave of crescent-shaped barriers that deflected every senbon harmlessly to the ground. The figure in the hunter nin mask materialized from the mist, visibly shocked. "You're fast," Naruto observed, "and precise. Your technique is refined, efficient, designed to kill quickly and painlessly. But there's no killing intent behind your attacks. You're not trying to kill us. You're trying to save Zabuza from fighting a battle he can't win." The Hunter Nine froze. "How did you? I've lived 600 years. I know the difference between someone who wants to kill and someone who's following orders out of loyalty. Your heartbeat spikes when you look at Zabuza. Your breathing changes. You're not his subordinate. You're someone who cares about him." The mask hid their expression, but their body language told Naruto everything. "I am Haku," they said softly, "and you're correct. I serve Zabuza-sama because he gave me purpose when I had none. I will protect him, even if it means fighting you." "Then we're the same," Naruto said, and his sword began to shift, growing longer, splitting into 3 connected blades that moved independently like a grotesque whip. The eyes multiplied, covering all 3 segments. "I protect my bonds. You protect yours. Let's see whose resolve is stronger." Haku's hands moved through seals faster than Sasuke could track. Secret jutsu, demonic ice crystal mirrors. Mirrors of ice materialized around the bridge in a hemisphere formation, each one reflecting Haku's masked face. The temperature dropped 20 degrees instantly. Sasuke and Naruto were trapped inside the formation before they could react. Sakura and Kakashi were outside, separated. "Naruto!" Kakashi shouted. "Get out of there!" But Naruto was smiling, a cold, predatory smile that belonged to Kokushibo, not the orphan boy. "Sasuke, stay exactly where you are and don't move. Don't tell me what to. Stay still." The command carried such authority that Sasuke froze mid-sentence. Naruto's eyes had changed. They were still blue, but something ancient and terrible looked out from them now. "If you move, my technique will cut you apart. Trust me or die. Your choice." Haku began the assault, moving between mirrors at speeds that created afterimages. Senbon flew from multiple angles simultaneously, each one aimed to disable rather than kill. Sasuke couldn't even track the attacks, couldn't see where Haku was, could only stand there uselessly while Senbon embedded in his arms and legs. Naruto closed his eyes. The transparent world activated fully. Suddenly, he could see everything. He could see Haku's muscles tensing before each movement, could track the blood flow that indicated which mirror they'd emerge from next, could predict the trajectory of every Senbon based on the angle of Haku's wrist. The mirrors were fast. The attacks were precise. But Naruto had fought opponents far faster than this. "Moon breathing," he said quietly, his voice echoing in the enclosed space. "Fifth form, moon spirit calamitous eddy." He took a deep breath, filling his lungs to capacity, then spun. The flesh sword extended to its full whip-like length, the 3 segments moving independently as he rotated. From the cutting edges erupted a violent vortex of crescent-shaped blade projections, spinning outward in chaotic, overlapping waves. The technique created a literal tornado of slashing energy, with Naruto at the eye of the storm, every single ice mirror shattered simultaneously. The sound was deafening, 1,000 crystal fragments exploding outward, reflecting light in a dazzling display. Haku was thrown from the mirrors mid-transit, crashing to the bridge's wooden surface, hard enough to crack the boards. And throughout it all, Sasuke stood in the exact center of the vortex, completely untouched, watching in absolute terror as destruction raged around him, while not a single slash came within 3 feet of his body. When the technique ended, the bridge looked like a war zone. Ice fragments covered everything. The railings were severed. 3 support beams had deep cuts. And Naruto stood there, breathing normally, his sword shrinking back to normal size as he walked toward where Haku lay. Haku's mask had cracked, revealing half of a beautiful face. Too feminine to be male, too androgynous to be clearly female. They coughed, blood on their lips, staring up at Naruto with eyes that held no fear, only resignation. "Do it," Haku whispered. "I failed, Zabuza-sama. I have no purpose left." Naruto knelt beside them, and his sword dissolved. Your devotion is commendable. Your technique is frail. Your resolve is admirable. Your methods are flawed. But most importantly, he placed a hand on Haku's chest, right over their heart, and activated the transparent world. He could see it. The way Haku's heart beat faster when they thought of Zabuza, the way their blood pressure rose at the thought of failing him, the physical manifestation of absolute loyalty. You have bonds worth protecting, Naruto finished. That makes you stronger than I ever was in my first life. I spent 400 years obsessed with power and achieved nothing. You've lived maybe 15 years and found something worth dying for. Don't waste that by dying pointlessly. He stood, offering his hand. Haku stared at it, shocked. You're sparing me? I'm acknowledging your resolve. If you want to protect Zabuza, then help him see that there's more to life than being a tool. Help him find bonds worth protecting. That's the only way either of you will find meaning in this world. Behind them, a massive battle raged. Kakashi's Sharingan spun as he copied and countered Zabuza's water techniques. Lightning chakra crackled as Kakashi prepared his signature technique. Lightning Blade. The Raikiri cut through Zabuza's water dragon, narrowly missing the swordsman's heart. Zabuza stumbled, blood pouring from a shoulder wound. He was breathing hard, his legendary stamina finally showing cracks. Kakashi stood ready to finish him. Zabuza-sama! Haku screamed, trying to stand despite their injuries. Naruto's hand shot out, grabbing Haku's wrist. Wait, let me handle this. He walked toward where Zabuza and Kakashi faced off, his presence growing with each step. The air pressure changed, the temperature dropped, and suddenly, everyone on the bridge could feel it. That ancient, overwhelming killing intent that made Zabuza's legendary reputation feel like amateur hour. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said calmly, step aside. This one's mine. Kakashi hesitated, saw the look in Naruto's eyes, and nodded. He jumped back, taking a defensive position near Tazuna and Sakura. Zabuza stared at Naruto, his grip tightening on Kubikirbocho despite his injured shoulder. You again, Zabuza growled. Come to finish what you started, kid. No, Naruto said, and his flesh sword manifested, but this time it was different. Longer, thicker, covered in hundreds of eyes that all focused on Zabuza simultaneously. The blade radiated such pure malice that even Kakashi took an involuntary step backward. I'm here to show you the difference between your 4 decades of experience and my 6 centuries of regret. Zabuza's eyes widened. 6 centuries? I am the reincarnation of Kokushibo, Upper Moon 1, the greatest demon swordsman in history. I have perfected 14 forms of moon breathing over 400 years of existence. I have killed Hashira, slaughtered armies, and perfected the art of the blade to a degree you cannot comprehend. And I'm telling you this not to brag, but to make one thing absolutely clear. His aura exploded outward. Six glowing eyes manifested arranged in pairs, all fixed on Zabuza with predatory focus. The eyes on his sword blinked in unison. His presence was so overwhelming that the mist itself began to disperse from sheer pressure. You cannot win. You cannot escape. You cannot even scratch me. So make a choice right now. Continue fighting and I will cut you down, or surrender and find something worth fighting for besides money and reputation. Zabuza was no coward. He'd survived the Blood Mist graduation by killing over 100 classmates. He'd attempted to assassinate the Mizukage. He'd fought Jonin, Anbu, and Hunter Nin from 3 countries. But standing before Naruto Uzumaki, facing that ancient presence, feeling those 6 phantom eyes boring into his soul, he understood something fundamental. He was prey. This wasn't a fight. It was a predator deciding whether or not to eat him. What do you want from me? Zabuza asked, his voice carefully controlled despite the fear crawling up his spine. I want you to stop fighting for Gato, stop being a tool. Take Haku and disappear. Find something worth protecting that isn't just your own pride. Because I've walked the path you're on, and I promise you it ends in nothing but regret. And if I refuse? Naruto's expression didn't change, but his sword began to vibrate. The eyes on the blade started spinning in different directions, creating a nauseating visual effect. Then I used my ultimate technique. Moon breathing, 14th form catastrophe, Tenman crescent moon. It generates dozens of massive crescent blades simultaneously, each one 20 feet tall, erupting from the ground in random patterns. This bridge will be destroyed. Everyone on it except my teammates will die. And I'll walk away without a scratch. So I'll ask again, what do you choose? Zabuza looked at his Kubikirabocho, his pride, his legacy, the weapon that defined him. Then he looked at Haku, who was struggling to stand despite their injuries, eyes desperate and pleading. He thought about what Naruto had said about bonds, about purpose, about 400 years of regret. With a heavy sigh, Zabuza planted his blade in the bridge boards. I surrender. The declaration shocked everyone. Kakashi's eye widened. Sakura gasped. Sasuke looked like he'd been slapped. Tazuna nearly dropped his bottle. But Haku's eyes filled with tears of relief. Naruto's sword dissolved. The 6 phantom eyes faded. His presence retracted until he was just a 12-year-old boy again, standing in the mist. Smart choice. Now. The sound of approaching footsteps interrupted him. Lots of footsteps, an army's worth. And then from the wave countryside of the bridge came Gato himself, surrounded by at least 200 thugs armed with swords, clubs, and crossbows. Well, Gato said, his voice dripping with fake cheer. Looks like my hired help couldn't get the job done. No matter. I'll just kill you all myself and save the money I would have paid Zabuza anyway. Zabuza's hand moved toward his sword, fury replacing fear. You backstabbing piece of... Wait. Naruto's hand landed on Zabuza's shoulder. You just surrendered, remember? This isn't your fight anymore. It's mine. He walked forward, away from his team, away from Zabuza and Haku, toward the army of thugs. Gato laughed, ordering his men to attack. They charged, screaming battle cries, weapons raised. Naruto took a deep breath and placed both hands on the hilt of his manifesting sword, driving it point first into the bridge deck. The eyes on the blade snapped open, all of them, hundreds of eyes covering every inch of the grotesque weapon, all looking in different directions. His voice echoed across the bridge, carrying the weight of centuries. Moon breathing, 14th form, catastrophe, Tenman crescent moon. The bridge exploded, not literally, but close. From the point where Naruto's sword touched wood, gigantic crescent-shaped blade projections erupted in every direction. They came from the deck, from the air, from below the bridge, each one 20 feet tall and made of condensed purple destruction. The projections moved in chaotic, unpredictable patterns, overlapping and intersecting, creating a 3-dimensional maze of annihilation. The thugs didn't stand a chance. Those in the front were bisected instantly. Those in the middle tried to run but were caught by blades erupting from beneath them. Those in the back attempted to flee but found crescent slashes cutting off their escape. The attack lasted exactly 3 seconds, and when it ended, Gato and his entire army were dead. Not wounded, not unconscious, dead. The silence that followed was absolute. Naruto pulled his sword from the bridge, and it dissolved. He turned back to his team, his expression calm, as if he hadn't just single-handedly destroyed an army. Behind him, 200 bodies lay in pieces, the bridge deck cracked and smoking, the railings completely destroyed in a 30-foot radius. Mission complete, Naruto said simply. The bridge is safe? Shall we head home, sensei? Kakashi stared at him, just stared. Because what do you say to a 12-year-old who just demonstrated the destructive power of an S-rank ninja without breaking a sweat? What do you do when your student casually commits mass murder to protect a client and shows zero remorse? Naruto, Kakashi said slowly, we need to have a very long conversation when we get back to Konoha. Yes, sensei, a very, very long conversation. I understand, sensei, with the Hokage present. That's probably wise, sensei. Behind them, Zabuza was laughing, a harsh, bitter sound that held no humor. You magnificent bastard. You weren't bluffing about that technique. You really could have killed me anytime you wanted. Yes, Naruto agreed simply, but killing you would have served no purpose. Gato's men were threatening my client and my team. They deserved death. You were just doing a job. Different circumstances, different outcomes. Haku approached Naruto, bowing deeply. Thank you for sparing us, for showing mercy, for teaching us that bonds matter more than power. Don't thank me yet, Naruto said. You have to actually find those bonds now. That's the hard part. I'm still working on it myself. Tazuna stepped forward, tears streaming down his face. You saved my country, kid. You saved everyone. When the bridge is finished, I'm naming it after you, the Great Naruto Bridge. For the first time since the mission began, Naruto smiled, a small, genuine smile that made him look his actual age. I'd like that. Just make sure it's sturdy. I kind of damaged the structural integrity with that last technique. And so they left Wave Country behind. Team 7, 2 reformed missing nin, and a bridge builder whose faith in heroes had been restored. Inari watched them go, his cynicism shattered, his eyes bright with newfound hope. Tsunami waved goodbye, already planning the celebration for the bridge's completion. As they traveled back toward Konoha, Sasuke walked in brooding silence, his mind replaying every moment of Naruto's battles. He'd seen power before, his brother's Sharingan, his father's fire jutsu, the Anbu who patrolled the village. But what Naruto possessed was different. It wasn't just strength or technique. It was mastery accumulated over centuries, experience that couldn't be taught or copied, a presence that made even legendary ninja surrender without a real fight. And Sasuke hated it. Hated that the dead last had this kind of power. Hated that Naruto had saved him in the ice mirrors. Hated that he felt grateful instead of superior. Most of all, he hated the way Naruto looked at him sometimes, with pity, as if he saw something in Sasuke that reminded him of his own mistakes. That night, while camping, Sasuke approached Naruto during his watch. "Teach me." Naruto didn't look up from where he sat, his flesh sword manifested and resting across his lap. "No." "Why not? You have power. I need power. It's a simple transaction." "It's not that simple. The power I have comes from 600 years of jealousy, regret, and self-destruction. I became a monster chasing my brother's shadow, and it brought me nothing. I won't teach you techniques that will lead you down the same path." "I'm not you," Sasuke snapped. "I can handle it." "That's what I thought too." Naruto finally looked at him, and Sasuke flinched at what he saw in those eyes, ancient sadness and hard-won wisdom. "I see myself in you, Sasuke. The jealousy, the desperation to prove yourself, the anger at being second best. I spent 400 years consumed by those feelings, and they destroyed me. I won't help you make my mistakes." "Then what should I do?" The question came out as a snarl, but underneath was genuine desperation. "My entire clan was murdered by my brother. He told me to get stronger, to hate him, to dedicate everything to revenge. How am I supposed to do that without power?" Naruto was quiet for a long moment. "Your brother told you to hate him because he wanted you to survive. He gave you a goal, a purpose, something to live for, even if it's ultimately destructive. But revenge is a poison, Sasuke. It'll consume everything good in you and leave only emptiness behind. I know because I've been there. So I should just forgive him? Let my clan's death go unavenged?" "I didn't say that. I said revenge will destroy you. There's a difference between seeking justice and being consumed by hatred. One gives you purpose, the other takes your humanity." Sasuke wanted to argue, wanted to rage against the unfairness of it all. But something in Naruto's tone, the weight of experience, the certainty of someone who'd lived this exact scenario, made him pause. "Then help me," Sasuke said quietly. "Not with your techniques, I get that, but help me not become whatever you became. Because right now, I feel like I'm heading exactly where you went, and I don't know how to stop." It was the most honest thing Sasuke had ever said, and it caught Naruto completely off guard. He studied the Uchiha for a long moment, seeing past the pride and anger to the scared 12-year-old underneath who'd watched his family die and been told to hate the only person he'd ever loved. "All right," Naruto said finally. "I'll make you a deal. I won't teach you moon breathing or any of my demon techniques, but I will spar with you. I'll show you your weaknesses without my supernatural abilities. I'll help you refine your taijutsu, improve your tactical thinking, and develop your Sharingan properly. In exchange, you have to promise me something." "What?" "Don't let revenge be your only goal. Find other things to protect. Build bonds worth fighting for. Because when revenge is all you have and you finally achieve it, you'll realize you've become exactly like the person you hated. And that's a special kind of hell." Sasuke considered this. It wasn't what he'd wanted. He'd wanted Naruto's overwhelming power, wanted to learn those devastating sword techniques, wanted to match the dead last who'd somehow become the strongest. But what Naruto was offering was something more valuable. Guidance from someone who'd walked the path of revenge to its bitter end and could warn him of the pitfalls ahead. "Deal," Sasuke said, extending his hand. Naruto shook it, and something shifted between them. Not friendship, not yet, but maybe the beginning of mutual respect. The foundation of a bond that might, eventually become strong enough to save them both from their worst impulses. Watching from the tree line, Kakashi observed this exchange and allowed himself a small smile. Maybe, just maybe, this team would work out after all. The Hokage's office was silent as Naruto finished his report. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, his pipe forgotten, his weathered face grave. Beside him stood Kakashi, arms crossed, Sharingan covered once more. The only other person present was a tall, white-haired man with red markings under his eyes and a forehead protector bearing the kanji for oil, Jiraiya of the Sannin, summoned urgently from his network of spies. "Let me make sure I understand correctly," Hiruzen said slowly. "You are claiming to be the reincarnation of a 600-year-old demon swordsman from a completely different world, with access to all his memories and techniques. You possess a flesh sword that manifests from your own body, can see through matter to perceive internal anatomy and predict movements, and have mastered 14 sword forms that can devastate entire battlefields." 16 forms, actually, Naruto corrected. "But yes, that's accurate." Jiraiya leaned forward. "Kid, do you have any idea how insane that sounds?" "Completely insane," Naruto agreed. "If I hadn't lived it, I wouldn't believe it either. But the facts speak for themselves. I defeated Mizuki using techniques no Academy student should know. I disarmed Kakashi-sensei in the bell test despite being fresh out of the Academy. I forced Zabuza Momochi to surrender without killing him, and I eliminated Gado's entire army in under 3 seconds. None of that should be possible for a 12-year-old genin." "The Nine Tails," Hiruzen began. "The Nine Tails has nothing to do with this," Naruto interrupted. "I can feel its presence in my seal, but we've never communicated. My abilities come from muscle memory and chakra manipulation techniques I learned in my previous life. The sword is created by mixing my chakra with my blood and flesh in specific ratios, then hardening it through shape transformation. It's not a Kekkei Genkai. It's just advanced chakra control combined with biological knowledge from the transparent world." Jiraiya's expression shifted from skeptical to intrigued. "Demonstrate. Make the sword." Naruto extended his hand. Purple chakra swirled around his palm, mixing with blood that seeped from his pores. The substance twisted and solidified into that grotesque katana, covered in blinking eyes that immediately focused on Jiraiya. The Sannin's expression went from intrigued to deeply disturbed. "That's horrifying," Jiraiya said bluntly, "and brilliant. The eyes are functional?" "Yes. They see independently and feed information directly to my brain. I can track multiple opponents simultaneously, watch my blind spots, and detect threats I'm not consciously aware of. Combined with the transparent world, it makes ambushing me nearly impossible." "And these moon-breathing forms?" Hiruzen asked. "Sword techniques that generate blade projections made of compressed air and chakra. Each form has specific properties, some for offense, some for defense, some for area denial. The 14th form is my ultimate technique, generating dozens of massive slashes simultaneously in chaotic patterns. It's exhausting and destructive, meant as a last resort." Kakashi spoke up. "Hokage-sama, I've witnessed several of these forms firsthand. The power is genuine, the control is masterful, and the danger is extreme. Naruto could level a city block with his ultimate technique." "But he hasn't," Hiruzen pointed out. "Despite having this power for months, he's used it exclusively to protect Konoha's interests. He defeated Mizuki without killing him. He spared Zabuza and Haku. The only people he's killed were Gado's thugs who posed direct threats to his team and client. That shows remarkable restraint for someone with this much power. It shows something else too," Jiraiya said, studying Naruto intently. "Guilt. You're carrying the weight of your past life like chains, kid. Every time you use that power, you remember what it cost you before. That's why you're so careful with it." Naruto met Jiraiya's gaze steadily. "I spent 400 years as a monster. I'm not interested in repeating that experience. This life, I want to do better. I want to protect instead of destroy. I want to build bonds instead of severing them. The power is the same, but the purpose is different." Hiruzen set down his pipe. Decision made. "Naruto Uzumaki, effective immediately. Your threat assessment is raised to A-rank potential. You will continue to serve as part of Team 7 under Kakashi's supervision. However, you will also begin supplementary training with Jiraiya to better understand and control your abilities. Additionally, Anbu will maintain discreet surveillance to ensure village security. These measures are not punitive, they're precautionary. Do you have any objections? No, Hokage-sama. The oversight is reasonable given the circumstances. Good. Jiraiya, I'm assigning you as Naruto's secondary instructor. Focus on chakra control, combat tactics, and ensuring his abilities don't spiral out of control. Kakashi, continue his team training and report any unusual developments. Dismissed. As they filed out, Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's shoulder. You and me, training ground 44, 600 tomorrow. Bring that creepy sword of yours. If you're going to have that kind of power, we're going to make sure you can control it properly. Yes, sir. And Naruto? Jiraiya's expression softened slightly. For what it's worth, choosing to do better this time takes guts. Not many people get second chances, and fewer still try to actually change. Don't waste it. I don't intend to, sir. Training Ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death, became Naruto's second home over the following weeks. Jiraiya was a brutal instructor, pushing Naruto to his limits not through physical conditioning, but through combat scenarios designed to test his control and decision-making. Again, Jiraiya barked, dodging another of Naruto's crescent slashes with practiced ease. You're telegraphing your forms. The sword manifestation takes 0.3 seconds. That's eternity in a real fight. Speed it up. Naruto gritted his teeth, dispersing and reforming the blade in a continuous cycle, each manifestation a fraction faster than the last. Sweat poured down his face. His hands bled from the constant flesh manipulation. But he didn't stop. Jiraiya used his superior experience to stay one step ahead, never attacking, just evading and critiquing. Your moon breathing is impressive, but it's predictable. Every form has a specific pattern. A skilled opponent will recognize them after seeing them once. You need variations, adaptations, mix up the rhythms. Naruto switched tactics, blending third form into fifth form mid-execution, creating a hybrid attack pattern that even Jiraiya hadn't seen before. The Sannin was forced to substitute with a shadow clone, the original appearing 30 feet away. Better, Jiraiya called out. Now you're thinking. Your previous life gave you 600 years of refinement, but this isn't that world. Ninja here use jutsu, genjutsu, tactics you never faced as a demon. You need to evolve your techniques to counter this world's combat styles. They trained for hours. Jiraiya would summon toads to attack from unexpected angles, testing Naruto's transparent world perception. He'd use transformation jutsu to create false targets, forcing Naruto to distinguish real from fake. He'd layered Jinjutsu over the training ground, making Naruto fight blind to prove he could rely on senses beyond sight. During breaks, they talked. Jiraiya was surprisingly easy to talk to once you got past the perverted exterior, and Naruto found himself opening up about his past life, about Yoriichi, about the jealousy that consumed him, about the hollow victory of becoming the strongest demon. Your brother sounds like a hell of a guy, Jiraiya said, passing Naruto a canteen. Natural talent, humble personality, dedicated to protecting others. Must have been infuriating to live in his shadow. Every day, Naruto admitted, he was perfect at everything without trying. I'd train until my hands bled, and he'd surpass me by accident. It drove me insane. When I became a demon, I thought I'd finally have the edge. Centuries of training, supernatural abilities, unlimited time to refine my technique. And you know what happened? He still surpassed you. Worse, he didn't even care about surpassing me. He just wanted to protect people and spend time with his family. The rivalry was entirely one-sided. I hated him for something he never even intended to do. That's what makes it so pathetic. Jiraiya was quiet for a moment. You remind me of someone, a friend of mine from the old days. Orochimaru, brilliant, talented, obsessed with being the strongest. He couldn't stand being second best, so he threw away his humanity chasing forbidden power. Sound familiar? Too familiar. Naruto's hands clenched. Did he regret it? No idea. Haven't seen him in years. But I imagine he's probably realized by now that being the strongest means nothing if you're alone at the top. Jiraiya stood, stretching. That's the lesson you need to internalize, kid. Power is a tool. What matters is what you do with it and who you protect with it. Your previous life, you used power to chase validation. This life, you're using it to protect bonds. That's growth. Don't lose sight of that. I won't. I can't afford to. Good. Now get up. We're working on your chakra control. If you can manifest that sword faster, you'll have the advantage in any engagement. Let's see if we can get you down to 0.1 seconds. The training continued, brutal and relentless, but Naruto embraced it, because every second of pain was a second spent becoming someone different from Kokushibo. Every controlled slash was proof he could wield this power without being consumed by it, and slowly, steadily, he was beginning to believe it might actually be possible. The Chunin exams arrived like a storm on the horizon, and Team 7 found themselves in the academy classroom, surrounded by genin from across the elemental nations. The energy was tense, competitive, predatory. These weren't students anymore. They were shinobi, and many had already killed. Naruto sat calmly at his desk, eyes half closed, breathing controlled. The transparent world was active at low level, allowing him to passively monitor the room. He could see elevated heart rates indicating nervousness, aggressive postures indicating overconfidence, and in a few cases absolutely no biological tells whatsoever, indicating either elite training or something supernatural. One signature in particular caught his attention: a red-haired boy from Sunagakure with the kanji for love tattooed on his forehead. His heartbeat was irregular, his chakra signature massive and malevolent, and around him hung an aura of such concentrated killing intent that most genin unconsciously avoided his section of the room. Gaara of the desert, the one-tailed beast's Jinchūriki. Naruto recognized the signs immediately: the isolation, the barely contained violence, the desperate need to prove one's existence through destruction. He'd been there himself, both in this life and as Kokushibo. The difference was that Gaara had given in to the darkness completely, while Naruto was still fighting it. Their eyes met across the room. Gaara's expression shifted from boredom to interest. He could sense something in Naruto, something that resonated with his own isolation. For a moment, recognition passed between them. Two weapons in human form, two containers of immense power, two people who'd learned that strength and loneliness went hand in hand. Then the moment passed. The proctor, Ibiki Morino, entered and began explaining the written exam rules. Naruto only half listened, his attention still on Gaara. That boy was going to be trouble. He could feel it. The written exam was psychological warfare disguised as an intelligence test. The real challenge wasn't answering the questions, but deciding whether to risk elimination by cheating or accepting failure by leaving questions blank. Naruto filled out the exam using knowledge from his previous life: ancient history, military tactics, philosophical questions that would have stumped most 12-year-olds, but were elementary for someone who'd lived 600 years. The 10th question was the real test: a choice between guaranteed failure now or risking permanent disqualification as a genin. It was designed to weed out those who couldn't handle the pressure of high-stakes decisions. Naruto didn't hesitate. He kept his hand down, accepting the risk, because he'd faced decisions with far worse consequences in his past life. Choosing between personal advancement and team safety, he'd made that choice 1,000 times, and this time, he was making the right one. They passed. Teams who couldn't handle the pressure were eliminated, but Team 7 advanced to the Forest of Death, where the real Chunin exams would begin. The Forest of Death was a nightmare ecosystem designed to kill anyone unprepared. 44 training grounds, filled with oversized predators, poisonous plants, and terrain hazards that had claimed the lives of dozens of genin over the years. Their objective: retrieve a second scroll within 5 days, while surviving teams from enemy villages who would kill to take theirs. Team 7 received an Earth Scroll and entered through Gate 12. Kakashi's final advice echoed in Naruto's ears: survive first. Mission objective second. Your teammates' lives are worth more than any scroll. They moved carefully through the forest, Sasuke on point with his developing combat awareness, Sakura in the middle with their scroll, Naruto taking rear guard with the transparent world active. For the first day, they avoided conflict, focusing on establishing a defendable campsite and scouting their surroundings. The attack came on day 2, and it came from someone far above Chunin level. The killing intent hit them like a physical wave. Sakura collapsed immediately, hyperventilating. Sasuke managed to stay standing, but couldn't move, his body locked by primal fear. Even Naruto felt it: the weight of absolute malice, the certainty of death, The presence of a predator so far above them that resistance seemed pointless, Orochimaru materialized from the trees like a nightmare given flesh. His golden eyes fixed on Sasuke with obsessive hunger, his long tongue sliding across his lips in anticipation. The last Uchiha. Perfect. I'll be taking you now. He moved, faster than any of them could track. His neck extended unnaturally, serpentine, teeth bared to plant the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck. In that moment, Sasuke's short life flashed before his eyes, his family's massacre, his brother's betrayal, every moment of weakness that had led to this. He couldn't move, couldn't defend, could only watch death approach. Then Naruto was there. The flesh sword manifested not from his hand, but from his entire arm, the grotesque weapon erupting like a flower of meat and eyes and purple chakra. 3 extra blades grew from the sides, creating a 4-bladed monstrosity that would haunt nightmares. And Naruto's presence exploded outward, matching Orochimaru's killing intent and surpassing it. Orochimaru's strike was intercepted by the sword, his extended neck deflected by a wall of blinking eyes and twisted metal. He recoiled, and for the first time in decades, the legendary Sannin looked genuinely shocked. "What?" Orochimaru hissed, his voice filled with equal parts fascination and horror. "Are you?" "Moon-breathing 6th form," Naruto said, his voice echoing with ancient authority. "Perpetual night, lonely moon, incessant." The technique was a barrage. The 4-bladed sword moved in a blur, each blade generating rapid-fire crescent slashes that filled the air with purple destruction. The attacks were wild, chaotic, overlapping in patterns impossible to predict. Trees were shredded, the ground exploded, the very air seemed to tear apart from the density of slashing energy. Orochimaru substituted multiple times, his snake body techniques allowing him to dodge and reform at impossible angles. He summoned serpents, massive creatures that lunged at Naruto with venomous fangs. They were bisected instantly, their bodies falling in pieces that dissolved into smoke. "Incredible," Orochimaru laughed, his shock transforming into manic delight. "Such technique, such power, and in a genin's body. You're not just talented, boy. You're something else entirely." Naruto didn't respond. He was fully focused now, the transparent world active at maximum capacity. He could see Orochimaru's muscles, could predict his movements, could track the chakra flowing through the Sannin's body. But Orochimaru was experienced. Centuries of life through body swapping gave him tactical knowledge that matched Naruto's technical skill. They clashed again. Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade, summoned from a snake's throat, met Naruto's flesh sword. The impact sent shockwaves through the forest. Neither gave an inch. "You're like me," Orochimaru whispered, his face inches from Naruto's. "You've tasted immortality. You've lived beyond normal human limits. You've seen the truth, that life is meaningless without power. Join me. Together we could." "I'm nothing like you," Naruto snarled, and his blade split into multiple segments, wrapping around Kusanagi like a whip. The eyes on the sword opened wide, all focusing on Orochimaru simultaneously. "You abandoned your humanity for power and called it evolution? I abandoned my humanity and called it a mistake. We are not the same." He wrenched his sword sideways, and Kusanagi was torn from Orochimaru's grip, flying into the forest. Naruto followed up with a devastating slash that would have bisected the Sannin if he hadn't used oral rebirth, shedding his skin and emerging 20 feet away. But now Orochimaru was retreating. His fascination had been replaced by genuine concern. This child, this impossible ancient child, possessed power that rivaled his own, and worse, possessed the control and experience to actually threaten him. Orochimaru had planned to place his cursed seal on Sasuke and leave. He hadn't planned on fighting an opponent who could actually kill him. "We'll meet again," Orochimaru said, his body already dissolving into snakes. "When you're ready to accept what you truly are, a monster pretending to be human, come find me. I'll be waiting." He vanished, and the forest fell silent. Naruto's sword dissolved, and he stumbled, catching himself against a tree. His breathing was ragged, sweat pouring down his face. That technique had drained more chakra than he'd expected. Orochimaru was stronger than Zabuza by orders of magnitude, and even with his past life's experience, Naruto had barely managed to drive him off. Behind him, Sasuke stared with wide eyes, caught between terror and awe. Sakura was unconscious, overwhelmed by the clash of killing intents, and Naruto stood there, hands shaking, realizing how close they'd come to death. "We need to move," he said, his voice hoarse. "Orochimaru will have attracted other teams. Grab Sakura. We're finding somewhere defensible and laying low for the rest of the exam." "That power," Sasuke said quietly. "That thing you fought, that was one of the legendary Sannin, wasn't it? And you drove him away." I surprised him. There's a difference. If he'd been serious from the start, I'd be dead. Naruto's expression was grim. Orochimaru is an immortality seeker, someone who's lived through multiple lifetimes by stealing bodies. He recognized something in me, the scent of someone who's cheated death. That makes him more dangerous to me than to anyone else, because he'll want to study me, dissect me, understand how I exist. "Then we need to get stronger," Sasuke said, and there was no jealousy in his voice now, just cold determination. "If monsters like that are out there, we need to be able to fight them. Not just fight them, survive them. There's a difference." Naruto looked at Sasuke seriously. "Promise me something. If we encounter Orochimaru again, you run. Don't try to fight. Don't try to prove yourself. Just run and let me handle it." "Why?" "Because he wants you specifically. That look in his eyes, he's planning to take your body, Sasuke, to steal your Sharingan and use it for himself. If he gets his hands on you, everything you are will be erased. Your personality, your memories, your goals, all of it gone, replaced by him wearing your face." The horror of that statement sank in. Sasuke's hands clenched into fists. "Then I need to get strong enough that he can't take me." "Yes, but until then, stay close to me. I fought body snatchers before. I know how they think. I can protect you." It was the most honest conversation they'd ever had, born from genuine fear and mutual dependence. In that moment, standing in a forest that had nearly become their grave, Team 7 became something more than just assigned teammates. They became people who'd faced death together and chosen to protect each other. The rest of the Forest of Death exam passed in a blur of survival and strategic avoidance. They acquired a Heaven Scroll from a team of Rain Genin who made the mistake of ambushing them while Naruto was on watch. One use of third form, and they surrendered immediately, handing over their scroll and fleeing into the forest. They reached the tower on day 4, well ahead of schedule, and waited for the preliminaries to begin. When they did, Naruto found himself matched against Kiba Inuzuka, the cocky Inuzuka clan member who relied on his partner Akamaru and his enhanced senses. The match was almost insulting in its brevity. Kiba started with trash talk, as expected. Akamaru barked aggressively. Kurenai Yuhi watched from the observation platform with her team, confident in her students' abilities. Kiba used Beast Human Clone, transforming Akamaru into a duplicate of himself, then launched into Fang over Fang, a devastating drilling attack that had defeated numerous opponents. Naruto didn't even manifest his sword. He activated the transparent world, saw Kiba's muscles tensing before the technique even started, tracked the rotation pattern, and predicted the exact trajectory. At the last possible second, he sidestepped and delivered a precise knife hand strike to the nerve cluster in Kiba's neck. Kiba crashed to the arena floor, unconscious before he even realized what had happened. Akamaru whimpered, transforming back and licking his partner's face. The entire fight had lasted exactly 4 seconds. The crowd was silent. Kurenai's eyes widened in shock. The proctor, Hayate Gecko, coughed once and declared Naruto the winner almost reflexively. As Naruto walked back to the observation platform, he caught Neji Hyuga's eyes. The Hyuga prodigy was staring at him with intense interest, the Byakugan activated and studying Naruto's chakra network. Neji was clearly intrigued by what he saw, or rather, what he couldn't see. Naruto's flesh manipulation made his chakra network appear chaotic and unpredictable, unlike any normal shinobi. "You're an interesting opponent," Neji said as Naruto passed. "I look forward to testing your fate against mine." Naruto paused, remembering another prodigy who'd been obsessed with fate and talent, his brother Yoriichi, who transcended fate through sheer dedication. "Fate is what we make it. I learned that the hard way. I hope you learn it the easy way." He kept walking, leaving Neji to contemplate those words. Behind him, the preliminaries continued, other Genin fighting for their chance at promotion. But Naruto's mind was already on the finals, on the match that would inevitably come. Him versus Neji Hyuga. Talent versus experience. Byakugan versus transparent world. It was going to be a battle for the ages. The month between preliminaries and finals passed in a flurry of training. Kakashi worked with Sasuke on his Chidori, recognizing the Uchiha's need for a finishing technique. Jiraiya continued Naruto's training, pushing him to develop counters against Dujutsu users specifically. And privately, in the depths of the Forest of Death, Naruto practiced a new variation of his moon breathing forms, designed specifically to counter the Byakugan's predictive abilities. The finals arrived with fanfare and ceremony. The arena was packed with spectators from across the nations. Nobles, merchants, shinobi, civilians, all eager to watch the next generation of warriors prove themselves. In the Kage box, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat with the Kazekage, discussing politics while secretly both men prepared for potential treachery. Naruto stood in the arena, waiting for his match. Around his head, visible only to those with exceptional perception, 6 phantom eyes manifested briefly before fading. He was ready. Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga, the proctor called. Begin! Neji activated his Byakugan immediately, veins bulging around his eyes. I can see everything about you, Naruto. Your chakra network is chaotic, yes, but ultimately predictable. You cannot hide from these eyes. You cannot surprise me. Your fate is to lose this match. Fate, Naruto said calmly, taking a basic taijutsu stance, is something I stopped believing in around my 300th birthday. Let me show you why. Neji struck first, moving with the gentle fist style's characteristic precision. His fingers targeted Tenketsu with surgical accuracy, each strike designed to shut down Naruto's chakra flow and cripple him. The speed was impressive. Neji had trained his entire life for this, and it showed. But Naruto activated the transparent world, and suddenly Neji's advantage evaporated. Every muscle twitch telegraphed the strike before it landed. Every shift in weight indicated the target area. Neji could see chakra networks, but Naruto could see the machinery that powered them. Naruto dodged the first strike by millimeters, his body twisting in a way that looked impossible. Neji's fingers passed through empty air where Naruto's shoulder had been a millisecond before. The second strike was similarly evaded, Naruto's head tilting just enough that Neji's palm whistled past his ear. Impossible, Neji breathed. The Byakugan sees chakra and can predict movements based on chakra flow, Naruto interrupted, weaving through another combination of strikes. But I'm not moving based on chakra. I'm moving based on your muscle contractions, your weight distribution, your breathing patterns. I can see your attacks before you even begin them. To demonstrate, Naruto did something that should have been impossible. He moved his organs. Neji's next strike targeted his liver, a guaranteed critical hit. But the transparent world allowed Naruto to see the strike coming, and his flesh manipulation ability let him shift his liver 3 inches to the left. Neji's strike landed perfectly on target and hit nothing but muscle. What are you? Neji demanded, genuine fear entering his voice for the first time. I'm someone who spent 600 years learning to read opponents. Naruto's hand extended, and the flesh sword manifested. The crowd gasped. Some screamed. The weapon was even more grotesque in broad daylight, hundreds of eyes blinking in the sun, the purple chakra pulsing with barely contained violence. And I'm someone who's very tired of the concept of fate. Neji used rotation, spinning rapidly and creating a dome of chakra that deflected all attacks. It was the Hyuga clan's absolute defense, a technique that had never been breached by direct assault. Neji spun within its protective shell, confident. Moon breathing, 8th form, Naruto said quietly. Moon dragon ringtail. The slash came horizontally, a single massive crescent projection 20 feet wide. But it didn't travel in a straight line. The technique curved, bending around the rotation like water flowing around a stone. The crescent blade arced completely around Neji's defense and struck him from behind with the flat of the blade. Not the edge. The impact launched Neji across the arena like a cannonball. He crashed into the far wall. The rotation disrupted, his body aching from blunt force trauma. Not dead. Not even seriously injured. Just thoroughly, utterly defeated. Naruto walked toward where Neji lay, his sword dissolving. You told me I couldn't change my fate, but I've already changed it once. I was fated to die a monster, alone and regretful. Instead, I'm here, protecting teammates, using my power for something other than my ego. If I can change my fate, you can change yours. Don't let your family's conflicts define your entire existence. Neji stared up at him, the Byakugan deactivated, his whole worldview cracking. How? How can you be so strong and still believe people can change? Because I have to believe it. If people can't change, then I'm doomed to repeat my past mistakes, and I refuse to accept that. Naruto offered his hand. Your talent is real, your pain is real, but neither of those things have to be your destiny. Choose something else. Choose to be more than what your clan expects. Neji looked at the offered hand for a long moment, then slowly he took it. Naruto pulled him to his feet and the crowd erupted in cheers. It wasn't just a victory, it was a statement. Power could be tempered with mercy. Strength could coexist with compassion. In the Kage box, Hiruzen smiled proudly. This was exactly what he'd hoped Naruto would become. A warrior who fought not for himself but for others, who won without crushing his opponent's spirit. The Kazekage beside him, who was actually Orochimaru in disguise, watched with calculating eyes. This boy was becoming a problem, a very dangerous problem. The invasion began during Sasuke's match with Gaara, just as Orochimaru had planned. Sound and sand forces attacked simultaneously, transforming the Chunin exams into a battlefield. Genjutsu blanketed the stadium, putting civilians to sleep. Summons crashed through the walls, and in the forest outside Konoha, a triple-headed serpent large enough to crush buildings slithered toward the village. Naruto woke from the genjutsu through sheer force of will. 600 years of experience made him resistant to mental manipulation. He saw Sasuke chasing Gaara into the forest, saw Kakashi organizing the defense, saw the village burning. "Sensei!" Naruto called out, rushing to Kakashi's side. "Orders?" Kakashi was coordinating Jonin responses, his Sharingan tracking multiple threats. Pursue Sasuke and Gaara. Don't let Gaara fully transform. He's the one-tails Jinchūriki. If he releases Shukaku inside the village, thousands will die. Understood. Naruto didn't hesitate. He leaped from the stadium and vanished into the forest, tracking Sasuke's chakra signature. Behind him, the sounds of battle raged. Konoha shinobi fighting sound and sand forces, civilians being evacuated, the organized chaos of a village under siege. He found them in a clearing. Sasuke, unconscious and covered in sand, Sakura protecting him despite her fear, and Gaara, wrapped in a cocoon of sand, his humanity slipping away as the beast inside clawed toward freedom. "So much blood," Gaara whispered, his voice overlapping with something ancient and malevolent. "So much fear. It proves I exist. It proves I'm real. I'll kill you all and finally feel alive." The sand cocoon cracked. An enormous chakra pressure filled the clearing. Sakura screamed, trying to shield Sasuke's body with her own. And Naruto stepped between them and Gaara, his presence expanding to match the tailed beasts. "No," Naruto said simply, "you won't." Gaara's transformation halted mid-process as he felt Naruto's killing intent, not the chaotic malice of a tailed beast, but the refined ancient pressure of a being who'd spent centuries perfecting the art of death. It was so overwhelming that even Shukaku paused, cautious. "What are you?" Gaara asked, his voice shaking. "You're not normal. You're not human. What are you?" "I'm what you could become if you let the monster win," Naruto replied. "I spent 400 years as something inhuman, and it brought me nothing. Don't make my mistakes, Gaara. You're not a weapon. You're a person, and people deserve to be more than just tools for violence." "Liar," Gaara screamed, and the sand exploded outward. "Nobody understands. Nobody can understand what it's like to be a monster. I understand perfectly." Naruto's hand extended, and the flesh sword manifested, bigger than ever before, covered in so many eyes they overlapped, pulsing with purple chakra. "I was a monster for 6 centuries, so when I tell you that path leads nowhere, believe me, I've walked it to the end." The battle that followed was apocalyptic. Gaara's sand versus Naruto's moon breathing. Shukaku's chakra versus Kokushibo's ancient techniques. The forest was devastated, trees falling in every direction, the ground cratered and split. Naruto used form after form. 3rd form to create nets that trapped the sand, 5th form to generate vortexes that dispersed it, 8th form to strike Gaara directly with curved slashes that bypassed his defenses. But Gaara had years of practice with Shukaku's power, and the sand reformed as fast as Naruto could destroy it. Moon breathing, 14th form. Naruto roared, driving his blade into the ground with both hands. Catastrophe! 10-man crescent moon? The technique erupted across the clearing. Dozens of massive crescent blades, each one 20 feet tall, exploded from the earth in chaotic patterns. The sand defense was overwhelmed, shattered by sheer volume of attacks. Gaara's partial transformation was disrupted, the beast's manifestation forced back, and in the center of it all, Naruto stood, his aura blazing with 6 phantom eyes, looking every inch the ancient demon he'd once been. But he didn't kill Gaara. Even with the boy helpless before him, sand defense destroyed, transformation reversed, Naruto simply stood there. "Get up," Naruto said quietly. "I showed you my power. Now show me your resolve. Prove you're more than just the beast inside you." Gaara stared up at him, blood trickling from his forehead, sand slowly reforming into armor. "Why? Why spare me? I tried to kill your teammates. I tried to destroy everything you protect. Why not finish it?" "Because killing you would be easy. Saving you is hard, and I'm tired of taking the easy path." Naruto's sword dissolved. "Go back to your village, Gaara. Think about what you want to be. Monster or person, tool or protector. The choice is yours, but make it consciously. Don't let others decide for you." In the distance, Naruto could hear the sounds of battle shifting. Konoha was winning. The invasion was being repelled. But the cost had been high. He could smell the smoke from burning buildings, could hear the screams of wounded shinobi. Gaara stood slowly, his sand armor complete, but his expression thoughtful rather than murderous. "You're strange, Naruto Uzumaki. Stronger than anyone I've met, but you choose mercy. I don't understand you." "You will eventually, or you won't. Either way, stay out of Konoha's business from now on. Next time we meet, I might not be feeling so generous." Gaara nodded once, then vanished in a swirl of sand, fleeing back toward the sand forces. Sakura emerged from where she'd been hiding, supporting Sasuke, who was regaining consciousness. They both stared at Naruto, seeing him in a new light, not as a teammate, but as something far more powerful and terrifying. "Let's go home," Naruto said simply. "The village needs us." They returned to find Konoha victorious but bloodied. The third Hokage had died fighting Orochimaru, sacrificing himself to protect the village one last time. The loss was devastating. Hiruzen had been a pillar of stability, a connection to the village's founding, a grandfather figure to many, including Naruto. At the funeral, Naruto stood in the rain, watching as the third's coffin was lowered into the ground. He remembered every conversation they'd had, every moment of trust the old man had shown him, despite knowing what he was. Hiruzen had believed in him when nobody else did, had given him a chance to prove he could be more than his past, and now he was gone. "I won't waste the chance you gave me," Naruto whispered, too quiet for anyone else to hear. "I'll protect this village. I'll honor your memory by being better than what I was. Thank you, old man. Thank you for everything." The rain fell harder, as if the sky itself was mourning. Around Naruto, the village grieved, united in loss, but from that grief would come strength. From that shared pain would come determination. Konoha had been hurt, yes, but not broken. Never broken. Weeks passed. The village rebuilt. Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin, was convinced to return and take the mantle of 5th Hokage. She implemented new training programs, restructured the medical corps, and most importantly, took a personal interest in the Jinchūriki who'd helped save the village. "So you're the one everyone's talking about," Tsunade said, studying Naruto across her desk. "The genin who drove off Orochimaru, defeated Gaara, and single-handedly protected his teammates during the invasion. Impressive resume." "I did what needed to be done, Hokage-sama, and apparently you did it with techniques that nobody's seen before, using a weapon that shouldn't exist, with abilities that predate chakra itself." She leaned forward. "I've read Jiraiya's reports, Kakashi's observations, the third's notes. You're a reincarnation of something called Kokushibo, a 600-year-old demon swordsman. Is that accurate?" "Yes, Hokage-sama. And you have complete control over these abilities?" "I have 600 years of practice with them, so yes, I'd say my control is adequate." Tsunade laughed, a sharp, surprised sound. "Adequate. The kid who can level city blocks calls his control adequate. I like you, Naruto. You're honest at least. Terrifying, but honest." "I try to be, ma'am." "Good. Here's the situation. The Akatsuki are becoming active. They're an organization of S-rank missing nin hunting tailed beasts. Eventually, they'll come for you in the 9 tails. When they do, you'll need to be ready. I'm authorizing additional training with Jiraiya. access to the Hokage's personal library, and elevation to special jonin status effective immediately. Naruto blinked. I'm 12. And you fought one of the Seinen to a standstill, defeated a tailed beast Jinchūriki, and have combat experience that rivals most Anbu veterans. Age is irrelevant. Capability is what matters. She pulled out a vest, jonin standard, but size for someone smaller. You'll still work with Team 7 for mission assignments, but you're authorized to act independently if necessary. Consider this the village's investment in you. Don't make me regret it. Naruto took the vest, feeling the weight of it. Not physical weight, but the responsibility it represented. I won't, Hokage-sama. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I'm about to make your life much harder. Jiraiya's taking you on a 3-year training trip to prepare you for what's coming. You leave in 2 weeks. Use that time to say goodbye to anyone important. 2 weeks. It seemed both too long and not long enough. Naruto spent them training with Team 7, helping with village reconstruction, and visiting the people who'd shown him kindness over the years. Iruka was proud, though worried. 3 years is a long time, Naruto. Stay safe out there. I will, Iruka-sensei, and when I come back, I'll be strong enough to protect everyone. I promise. Tochi and Ayame gave him a lifetime supply of ramen flavoring packets. So you don't forget what real food tastes like, Ayame said with a smile that didn't quite hide her tears. Sakura, surprisingly, hugged him before he left. Thank you for protecting me, for protecting all of us. I know I was afraid of you after the bell test, but you're a good person, Naruto. Don't forget that. Sasuke characteristically didn't say goodbye, but the night before Naruto left, he appeared at the training ground where Naruto was practicing. I'm not going to thank you for saving me, Sasuke said without preamble, or for training with me, or for any of it. I didn't expect you to. But I am going to get stronger while you're gone. When you come back, I want to fight you for real. No holding back, no mercy, a real test of skill. Naruto smiled, a genuine expression that made him look his actual age for once. Looking forward to it, Sasuke. Just make sure you're training for the right reasons. Don't become like I was. I know. You've drilled that into my head enough times. Now go before Jiraiya leaves without you. They parted ways, 2 warriors on different paths but heading toward the same destination. Sasuke would stay in Konoha, training under Kakashi and developing his Sharingan. Naruto would leave with Jiraiya, refining his abilities and learning to integrate his past life's power with this world's techniques. 3 years. It seemed like an eternity when he was 12 years old. But for someone who'd lived 600 years before, it was barely a blink. The world outside Konoha was vast and dangerous. Jiraiya led Naruto across the elemental nations, visiting villages and cities, training in environments that ranged from deserts to tundra. Everywhere they went, Jiraiya would set up impossible challenges. Fight me while I'm in Sage mode, Jiraiya demanded in the Land of Iron. Your moon breathing is powerful, but it's predictable. Learn to adapt mid-combat. Infiltrate this fortress without being detected, he ordered in the Land of Hot Water. Your presence is too obvious. Learn to suppress it completely. Track this target across 5 countries, he instructed in the Land of Rivers. Use only your transparent world. No asking for directions, no obvious tracking techniques. Each challenge pushed Naruto further, forcing him to evolve his abilities beyond their original parameters. Moon-breathing forms that had been refined over centuries were modified to counter jutsu-using opponents. The transparent world was trained to detect genjutsu and see through transformation techniques. His flesh sword was developed to resist chakra absorption and adapt to different combat scenarios. But the most important lessons weren't about combat. They were about people. In a small village in the Land of Tea, they encountered a retired shinobi who'd lost his leg in the Third Great Ninja War. He ran a tea shop now, serving travelers with a warm smile despite his disability. Jiraiya and Naruto helped him fix his shop's roof, and over tea, the man shared his story. I was bitter for years, he admitted. Lost my career, lost my purpose, lost everything I trained for. But then I realized being a shinobi wasn't my purpose. It was just what I did. My real purpose was connecting with people, helping where I could, making the world a little better one conversation at a time. That's what saved me from despair. Naruto listened intently, remembering his own centuries of empty purpose as Kokushibo. How did you find that purpose? By stopping to ask what I actually wanted, rather than what I thought I should want. You're young yet, but I can see you carrying heavy burdens. Don't let those burdens define you. Find joy where you can. Connect with people. That's what makes life worth living. In the land of waves, they visited Tazuna's completed bridge, now officially named the Great Naruto Bridge. The old man had kept his promise, a massive structure spanning the water, enabling trade and prosperity for wave country. Inari, now older and training to be a bridge builder like his grandfather, greeted them enthusiastically. "You changed everything," Inari said, showing them around the bustling bridge market. "After you left, people believed heroes could exist again. Crime dropped. Trade increased. We're actually thriving now." Naruto stood on the bridge, looking at the name carved into the main support beam, and felt something he hadn't experienced in either of his lives. Legacy. Not legacy built on fear or power, but on protection and inspiration. This bridge would stand for decades, maybe centuries, and it would carry his name as someone who'd helped rather than destroyed. "This is what I was missing," Naruto said quietly. "In my previous life, I thought legacy meant being the strongest, being remembered for my power. But this, helping people build something that lasts, this is real legacy." Jiraiya nodded approvingly. "You're learning, kid. Power is temporary. Connections last forever." They encountered other Jinchūriki during their travels. In the land of lightning, they crossed paths with Killer B, the Eight-Tails Jinchūriki, who'd achieved perfect cooperation with his beast. B wrapped his way through a conversation, demonstrating techniques that combined his and the beast's chakra seamlessly. "You and your beast, you gotta cooperate, yeah," B explained. "Ain't no point fighting something that's part of you, fool. Accept it, work with it, make it your tool." Naruto listened, considering. He'd never communicated with the Nine Tails, had never even tried. His power came from his past life, not the beast sealed within him. But watching B work in perfect harmony with Yuki, he wondered if he was missing an opportunity. That night, he meditated, delving into his mindscape for the first time. The seal appeared as a massive cage, and behind it, two enormous red eyes opened. "So," the Nine Tails rumbled, its voice shaking Naruto's mental space, "the ancient soul finally deigns to visit. I wondered when you'd acknowledge me." "You knew?" Naruto was surprised. "You knew what I was?" "I am a being of pure chakra, created by the Sage of Six Paths himself. You think I can't sense when someone carries memories from before the age of chakra? You reek of an era when demons were physical beings, not chakra constructs. You smell like something that predates even me." "I didn't mean to ignore you," Naruto said honestly. "I just didn't think we'd have anything to discuss." The fox laughed, a sound like thunder. "You're more honest than most of my jailers. Very well, I'll make you an offer. You let me stretch my legs occasionally, fight through you in exchange for my chakra, and I'll teach you how to properly integrate your ancient techniques with the power of a tailed beast. We don't have to like each other, but we can be useful to each other." It was the most transactional relationship offer Naruto had ever received, and somehow, that made it more honest than any friendship speech. Deal. But ground rules. You don't take control, you don't harm my allies, and you don't try to escape. Agreed. And in return, you actually use me when you need overwhelming power, rather than relying solely on your freaky meat sword. They shook on it. A mental handshake between the reincarnation of a demon swordsman and a giant fox made of pure malevolent chakra. It was, Naruto reflected, probably the weirdest alliance in the history of both their existences. But it worked. Over the following months, Naruto learned to blend Nine-Tails chakra with his moon-breathing techniques. The results were spectacular and terrifying. Crescent slashes enhanced with tailed beast chakra that could cut through mountains. Transparent world perception boosted by the fox's sensory abilities, allowing Naruto to detect threats from miles away. And most impressively, a new form where red chakra covered Naruto's body while he wielded his flesh sword, creating a fusion of ancient demon and modern tailed beast that made even Jiraiya nervous. "That's horrifying," Jiraiya said, watching Naruto practice the combined form. "Also incredibly effective. Tsunade's going to have a heart attack when she sees this." "Should I not?" No, keep developing it. Just warn people before you use it so they don't die of fright." The training continued. relentless and comprehensive. Naruto learned Fuinjutsu from Jiraiya's vast knowledge, able to create seals that enhanced his sword or trapped opponents in barriers. He studied medical ninjutsu basics, using his transparent world to see which organs were damaged and how to repair them. He even learned basic genjutsu, though his talent there was minimal. "You're too direct," Jiraiya explained. "Genjutsu requires subtlety, and subtlety isn't your strong suit." But the most valuable lesson came not from training, but from a conversation on a mountainside, watching the sunset over the elemental nations. "Why do you think the third chose Tsunade as his successor?" Jiraiya asked suddenly. Naruto considered. "Because she's strong, skilled, one of the Sannin?" "All true, but the real reason is because she cares. Despite all her losses, all her pain, all her reasons to give up on the village, she still cares about protecting people. That's what makes a good leader. Not power, not skill, caring enough to put others first." "Is that why you didn't take the position?" "Partially. I'm too selfish, too focused on my network and my writing. I'd make a terrible Hokage, but you?" Jiraiya looked at him seriously. "You've got the power of 10 Kage and the experience of centuries. But more importantly, you've learned to use that power to protect rather than dominate. When you're older, when you've built up enough political support, I think you'd make an excellent Hokage." The suggestion shocked Naruto. "Me? Hokage? I'm a reincarnated demon. The village would never. The village accepts you already. You saved it during the invasion. You've done dozens of high-level missions successfully. You've protected your teammates and civilians without fail. Your origins don't matter anymore. What matters is who you choose to be going forward." Naruto stared at the sunset, imagining it. Hokage, the ultimate protector of the village, the person responsible for everyone's safety. It was terrifying and appealing in equal measure. "I'll think about it," he said finally. "Do. You've got time. But remember, whatever you choose, make sure it's because you want it, not because you think you should want it. That's how you avoid repeating your past life's mistakes." 3 years passed in training, traveling, and growing. Naruto returned to Konoha taller, stronger, more refined in both technique and temperament. He was 15 now, nearly adult, with 3 years of constant combat experience added to his already ridiculous skill level. The village had changed too. New buildings stood where old ones had burned. New Genin teams trained in the same grounds where Team 7 had started. And new threats loomed on the horizon. The Akatsuki had begun moving openly, hunting tailed beasts with terrifying efficiency. Naruto's first action upon returning was visiting the Hokage's office. Tsunade looked older, worn down by 3 years of difficult decisions, but her eyes lit up when he entered. "You're back. Good. Good. We've got problems." "What kind?" "The kind that involves your old playmate Sasuke. He's left the village." Naruto's blood ran cold. "What do you mean, left?" 2 months ago, Orochimaru's agents infiltrated Konoha and convinced Sasuke to defect. Promised him power to kill his brother. Kakashi led a retrieval team, but they failed. Sasuke chose to go with Orochimaru willingly. He's been declared a missing nin. The words hit Naruto like physical blows. After everything, after all their conversations, all the training, all the promises not to let jealousy consume him, Sasuke had still chosen power over bonds, had still walked the path Naruto had warned him against. Where is he now? Orochimaru's hideouts move constantly. We don't have a confirmed location, but Naruto, Tsunade's expression was grim. Even if we find him, he's made his choice. He's Orochimaru's student now. Bringing him back by force might not. I don't care. Naruto's voice was flat, emotionless. He's my teammate. He's my bond. I told him I wouldn't let him walk the path I walked. I meant it. Where's Kakashi? Training ground 3. But Naruto, you can't just... He was already gone, moving faster than Tsunade could track. The Hokage sighed, slumping in her chair. That boy is going to start a war someday. I can feel it. Kakashi was sitting by the memorial stone, reading Icha Icha when Naruto arrived. The Jonin looked up, visible eye crinkling. Welcome back. I see Jiraiya's training was effective. You've gotten taller. Where's Sasuke? The smile faded. Naruto. I'm not asking for permission. I'm asking for information. Where is Sasuke? Kakashi studied him for a long moment. Our last confirmed sighting placed him near the Valley of the End, heading towards Sound Country. But Naruto, he's been gone for 2 months. He's had time to receive training from Orochimaru, Time to develop new techniques. He not be the same person you remember. I don't care if he's grown 3 heads and learned to breathe fire. He's still my teammate, and I'm bringing him home. Dead or alive, his body returns to Konoha. Those are harsh words. They're honest words. I spent 400 years watching bonds die because I was too proud to fight for them. I won't make that mistake again. Naruto turned to leave. Tell Tsunade-sama I'm taking an S-rank self-assigned mission to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha. I'll be back within a week, with or without him. Naruto, I'll be careful, I'll be smart, but I will not abandon him. That's a promise I made to myself 3 years ago, and I keep my promises. He vanished into the forest, leaving Kakashi alone with the memorial stone. The Jonin sighed, placing a hand on Obito's name. They're so much like we were. I hope their story ends better than ours did. The Valley of the End stood as it had for generations. 2 massive statues facing each other across a river, representing the eternal conflict between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The waterfall roared between them, and at the base, standing on Madara's statue, was Sasuke Uchiha. He looked different. Older, harder, with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. His Sharingan was fully developed, 3 tomoe spinning in each eye, and his chakra felt wrong, corrupted by Orochimaru's influence, twisted into something dark and desperate. Naruto, Sasuke said, not turning around. I knew you'd come. Always the self-righteous protector, always thinking you know what's best. Sasuke, Naruto landed on Hashirama's statue, directly across from him. Come home. Whatever Orochimaru promised you, it's a lie. He's just using you for your body. I know, and I don't care. He can give me the power to kill Itachi. That's all that matters. No, it's not. Revenge isn't worth your humanity, says the demon wearing human skin. Sasuke finally turned, and his Sharingan locked onto Naruto. You lecture me about humanity while carrying 600 years of murder in your soul. You tell me not to seek power while you casually obliterate armies. You're a hypocrite, Naruto. I'm someone who made your mistakes before you were born and is trying to save you from repeating them. Naruto's hands clenched. I became a monster for power and regretted every second of my 400-year existence. I'm trying to prevent you from living that same nightmare. Then stop me. Curse mark patterns spread across Sasuke's skin, black flames dancing across his body. If you're so strong, if you care so much, stop me by force. Prove that your bonds are stronger than my hatred. Naruto's eyes hardened, red flame-like marks spread across his face, manifestations of his demonic nature bleeding through. Moon breathing, 16th form, moon bow, half moon. His flesh sword manifested, massive and covered in hundreds of eyes that all locked onto Sasuke simultaneously. Naruto took a deep breath, filling his lungs to capacity, and swung the blade downward in a devastating vertical slash. 6 massive crescent-shaped craters exploded open in the river below. Gigantic blade projections, each the size of the statues themselves, crashed down from the sky like divine judgment. The water vaporized instantly. The valley shook. The statues cracked from the shockwave alone. Sasuke activated the curse mark's second stage, grotesque wings erupting from his back. He dove forward with Chidori crackling in his hand, black lightning screaming, "Chidori!" The techniques collided midair, and the resulting explosion of chakra could be seen from Konoha. Purple and black energy warred for dominance, neither giving an inch. Below them, the river boiled. The trees on the valley walls caught fire. The very air seemed to tear apart from the concentration of power. Naruto saw through the transparent world, saw Sasuke's muscles straining, saw the curse mark eating away at his chakra network, saw the desperation driving every movement. And he understood. Sasuke wasn't fighting to win. He was fighting to prove he existed, to validate his pain, to make sense of his trauma through violence. It was exactly what Naruto had done for 400 years. With a roar of effort, Naruto pushed his technique beyond its normal limits, channeling Nine-Tails' chakra into the blade. The crescent projections doubled in size, tripled in number, became an absolute storm of destruction that nothing could withstand. Sasuke's curse mark wings were torn completely off. His Chidori dispersed. His body was smashed into the water with overwhelming force, creating a crater 30 feet wide. When he surfaced, coughing blood, the curse mark had receded and his Sharingan could barely stay active. Naruto landed beside him, his sword dissolving. "It's over, Sasuke. I've won. Now come home." No. Sasuke tried to stand, fell, tried again. I won't. I can't. If I go back now, I'll never be strong enough. Itachi will kill me. My clan's death will never be avenged. I'll be nothing. You'll be alive. You'll be with people who care about you. You'll have the chance to find purpose beyond revenge. Naruto knelt beside him. I know you think power is the answer. I thought that for 600 years, but the only thing power gave me was loneliness. Don't repeat my mistakes. Sasuke's hands clenched into fists, blood and water dripping between his fingers. Then what should I do? Just forgive Itachi? Pretend my clan wasn't massacred? No, but pursue justice instead of revenge. There's a difference. Justice can coexist with bonds. Revenge destroys everything, including yourself. For a long moment, they sat there in the ruined valley, two warriors who'd both chosen the path of the blade, both carrying trauma beyond their years, both trying to navigate the impossible balance between power and humanity. Finally, Sasuke's shoulders slumped. I don't know if I can do it. Be like you. Control this hatred. It burns so hot, Naruto. Every day, every moment, it's all I feel. I know. I felt the same about my jealousy of Yoriichi, but you don't have to control it alone. That's what teammates are for. That's what bonds are for. Naruto stood, offering his hand once more. Come home. Let us help carry that burden. You don't have to do this alone. Sasuke stared at the offered hand, the same hand that had just defeated him, the same hand that had offered mercy instead of finishing the fight, the same hand that represented everything he both wanted and feared. Slowly, hesitantly, he took it. Naruto pulled him to his feet and slung Sasuke over his shoulder. The Uchiha was too exhausted to protest, too beaten to maintain his pride. As they left the Valley of the End, Sasuke spoke quietly. I'm not going to thank you. I know. And I'm still going to kill Itachi someday. I know. But maybe I can wait, train properly, do it the right way instead of Orochimaru's way. That's all I'm asking. They traveled in silence back toward Konoha, the setting sun painting the sky red and gold. Behind them, the Valley of the End stood scarred and broken, the statues cracked but still standing, just like the bond between them. Damaged, strained, but ultimately unbroken. When they reached the village gates, Tsunade was waiting with medics and Anbu. She took one look at Sasuke's condition and Naruto's determined expression and sighed. Let me guess, you fought him, won, and dragged him back by force? Yes, Hokage-sama. And he's agreed to return willingly? More or less. More or less isn't a legal status, Naruto. Sasuke, still conscious despite his injuries, spoke up weakly. I'm returning willingly, under probation, with the understanding that if I try to defect again, Naruto has permission to cut off my legs to stop me. Tsunade blinked. That's oddly specific. It was his threat during the fight. I'm holding him to it. Naruto smiled slightly. See, we're already communicating better. As medical personnel carried Sasuke away for treatment, Tsunade pulled Naruto aside. You realize this isn't over, right? Orochimaru won't give up on Sasuke easily. He'll try again. Let him try. I didn't spend 3 years training with Jiraiya just to lose my teammate to a snake-obsessed immortality seeker. If Orochimaru wants Sasuke, he'll have to go through me. And I promise you, Hokage-sama, that's not a fight he'll win. Confident. Experienced. I've fought people who abandon their humanity for power. I know their weaknesses. Orochimaru thinks he's immortal, thinks he's beyond human limitations. But I've been there. I know exactly how to kill someone who thinks they can't die. The certainty in Naruto's voice was absolute, backed by centuries of experience. Tsunade studied him for a long moment, then nodded. All right, you're officially assigned as Sasuke's monitor. Wherever he goes, you go. Training, missions, everything. Consider it your long-term mission. Understood. And Naruto, thank you for not giving up on him. The village needs people who fight for bonds instead of just following orders. It's what the third Hokage would have wanted. I'm just honoring his memory. That night, Naruto stood on the Hokage monument looking out over the village. Lights twinkled in windows, people moved through streets, life continued in its messy, complicated way. Somewhere below, Sasuke was recovering in the hospital, probably brooding about his defeat, but also, hopefully, reconsidering his choices. For the first time in 600 years, Naruto felt like he'd actually succeeded at something that mattered. He'd saved someone from walking his path. He'd protected a bond against impossible odds. He'd proven that power could be used for something other than selfish goals. "I hope you're watching, Yoruichi," Naruto whispered to the stars. "I'm finally becoming the person you always believed I could be. I'm finally using this power the right way." The wind carried his words away, across the village, across the elemental nations, perhaps even across the barriers between worlds to wherever Yoruichi's soul had ended up. And somewhere, Naruto liked to think, his brother was smiling, proud that Michikatsu had finally learned the lessons that had eluded him for centuries. This was just the beginning. The Akatsuki still hunted him. Orochimaru still plotted. Threats loomed on every horizon. But for the first time in either of his lives, Naruto faced those threats not alone but surrounded by bonds worth protecting. And that made all the difference. The morning after his reflection on the Hokage monument, Naruto woke to find Sasuke already awake in the hospital bed across from him, staring at the ceiling with those dark eyes that carried too much weight for someone so young. They'd been assigned to share recovery quarters, Tsunade's way of ensuring Sasuke couldn't slip away again and that Naruto could fulfill his new role as monitor. "You're awake early," Naruto said, sitting up. His body still ached from the Valley of the End fight, but nothing serious. 600 years of combat experience meant he knew how to recover efficiently. "Couldn't sleep." Sasuke replied flatly. "Kept thinking about what you said, about justice versus revenge, about bonds." He paused, his jaw tightening. "I still don't know if I believe it, but I'm willing to try for now." "That's all I'm asking." The door opened, and Sakura entered carrying breakfast trays, her medical expertise having evolved significantly during Naruto's absence. She'd trained under Tsunade personally, and now possessed chakra-enhanced strength that could shatter boulders. Her eyes softened, seeing both of them awake. "Team 7, together again," she said, setting down the trays, though under less than ideal circumstances. "When has anything about this team been ideal?" Sasuke muttered, but there was no real bite to it. They ate in comfortable silence, the first meal they'd shared as a complete team in 3 years. It felt surreal. Naruto with his ancient soul and demonic power, Sasuke with his curse-marked scars and Sharingan evolution, Sakura with her medical mastery and superhuman strength. They'd all become something more than the academy graduates who'd first assembled, but somehow the core of what made them Team 7 remained intact. Kakashi arrived an hour later, his visible eye crinkling in what might have been a smile beneath his mask. "Glad to see everyone's alive and relatively stable. Hokage-sama wants to see all 3 of you once you're cleared for duty. Something about mission reassignments and new protocols." "Protocols for what?" Sakura asked. "For handling a Genin-turned-special Jonin who can level mountains and a recently returned missing nin with revolutionary potential. The village council is concerned." Naruto snorted. "Let them be concerned. I didn't save Sasuke just to have some bureaucrats lock him away in a cell for the rest of his life." Which is exactly why Tsunade-sama wants to establish clear guidelines before said bureaucrats can interfere. "Trust the process, Naruto. She's on your side." The meeting in the Hokage's office 3 days later involved more people than Naruto had expected. Tsunade sat behind her desk, flanked by her advisors Homura and Koharu, elderly holdovers from the previous administration who viewed everything through a lens of paranoid caution. Danzo Shimura lurked in the corner, his visible eye cold and calculating, his bandaged arm concealing secrets Naruto's transparent world could see through, but chose not to reveal yet. Kakashi stood by the window, and in the center of the room, surrounded by Anbu guards, stood Sasuke Uchiha, officially under arrest pending this hearing. "Sasuke Uchiha," Tsunade began formally, "you stand accused of desertion, attempted defection to a hostile village, and conspiracy with Orochimaru, an S-rank criminal responsible for the death of the 3rd Hokage. Under normal circumstances, these charges carry a minimum sentence of life imprisonment or execution. However, Naruto Uzumaki has submitted a petition for clemency based on extenuating circumstances and your voluntary return. Speak your defense." Sasuke's expression was carefully neutral. "I have no defense. The charges are accurate. I left the village seeking power to kill my brother, believing Orochimaru could provide what Konoha couldn't. Naruto defeated me and brought me back by force. If I'm to be punished, I accept whatever sentence the Hokage deems appropriate." How noble, Danzo said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The last Uchiha accepts his fate. But what guarantee do we have he won't simply flee again the moment opportunity presents itself? The Sharingan makes him too valuable to waste in prison, yet too dangerous to trust freely. I guarantee it, Naruto said firmly, stepping forward. I've been assigned as his monitor. If Sasuke tries to leave again, I'll stop him, permanently if necessary. Homura's eyes narrowed. And we're supposed to trust the Nine Tails container to police the last Uchiha? Your track record of stability isn't exactly reassuring, boy. My track record, Naruto replied, his voice dropping to a dangerous register that made the temperature in the room seem to plummet, includes defeating Zabuza Momochi at 12 years old, driving off Orochimaru during the Chunin exams, destroying Gaara's partial transformation without killing him, and bringing back a missing nine who most of you had written off as permanently lost. If you want to question my stability, consider that I've had the power to level this entire village since I graduated, and haven't done so despite having every reason to, based on how I was treated growing up. I've earned my trust through action. What have you earned through paranoid suspicion? The silence that followed was deafening. Even Danzo seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Tsunade's lips quirked upward slightly. She appreciated Naruto's directness, even if it gave her political headaches. Regardless of past actions, Koharu interjected, the fact remains that allowing an Uchiha who consorted with Orochimaru to remain free sets a dangerous precedent. What message does it send to other potential defectors? It sends the message that Konoha values redemption over revenge, Kakashi said quietly. That we're willing to give second chances to those who've earned them. Sasuke returned willingly, under duress, and has expressed commitment to remaining in the village and working toward redemption. We can either support that growth or crush it under bureaucratic paranoia. Which kind of village do we want to be? The debate continued for another hour, arguments circling like vultures. Naruto listened with growing frustration, his 600 years of experience making the entire proceeding feel simultaneously necessary and absurd. These people were terrified of what Sasuke might become, rather than focusing on what he could be guided toward. It was the same fear that had created Kokushibo, isolation and suspicion rather than support and understanding. Finally, Tsunade stood, silencing the room with her presence. Enough. Here's my decision. Sasuke Uchiha will be placed under probationary status for 1 year. He will complete missions only with Team 7's supervision, submit to weekly psychological evaluations with Inoichi Yamanaka, and wear a chakra monitoring seal that will alert Anbu if he attempts to leave the village. Naruto Uzumaki will serve as his primary monitor with full authority to use necessary force if Sasuke violates probation terms. At the end of 1 year, we'll reassess based on his conduct and contributions. This is non-negotiable. Danzo's visible eye hardened. Hokage-sama, I must protest. Your protest is noted and dismissed. Sasuke represents a potential asset to this village if properly guided, and a tragedy if abandoned. I won't repeat the mistakes that created Orochimaru by pushing talented shinobi away through excessive suspicion. Meeting adjourned. As they filed out, Danzo approached Naruto in the hallway, his presence cold and calculating. A word, Uzumaki. Naruto stopped, activating his transparent world at low level. Through Danzo's bandages, he could see the embedded Sharingan in the man's right arm, could see the way his chakra network was corrupted by forbidden experimentation. This man was dangerous, not through power, but through political maneuvering and willingness to sacrifice anything for what he considered the village's greater good. Make it quick, Naruto said. You're playing a dangerous game, protecting the Uchiha. Their clan has a history of instability, of betrayal. Sasuke carries his brother's burden and his clan's cursed bloodline. He will eventually fall to darkness. It's inevitable. When that happens, will you truly be able to kill your teammate? Or will your sentimentality doom us all? Naruto met Danzo's gaze with 600 years of certainty behind his own. I've killed people I cared about before. In my past life, I severed bonds out of jealousy and ambition, and it brought me nothing but regret. If Sasuke falls to darkness despite my efforts, I'll kill him without hesitation. Not because I want to, but because it's necessary. But I won't give up on him preemptively just because you're afraid of what he might become. Fear creates the very monsters it seeks to prevent. Philosophical words from someone so young. I'm 615 years old. I just look young. Remember that before you try to manipulate me, Danzo. I see through more than just flesh and bone. I see through intentions and deception. You want Sasuke either controlled or eliminated because you fear the Sharingan's power outside your influence. I won't let you have him for your experiments, and I won't let your paranoia destroy what could be a valuable ally. Stay away from my teammate. Danzo's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his visible eye. Recognition that Naruto was far more dangerous than his cheerful exterior suggested. We shall see, Uzumaki. Time reveals all truths. He departed, leaving Naruto standing in the hallway with a bitter taste in his mouth. Politics. Even after 6 centuries, it remained the same. People maneuvering for power and control, willing to sacrifice individuals for abstract concepts of security. It was exhausting. Sasuke appeared beside him moments later, freed from his Anbu escort now that the formal hearing had concluded. Thank you for advocating for me. I know it cost you political capital. Political capital is worthless if I can't use it to protect the people I care about. Just don't make me regret it. I'll try not to. Sasuke paused, then added quietly, I still plan to kill Itachi. That hasn't changed. I know, but maybe when you do, it'll be about justice for your clan rather than revenge for yourself. There's a difference. Is there? Justice can coexist with healing. Revenge only breeds more pain. I learned that the hard way. They walked together through the village, 2 young men carrying burdens far beyond their years. Around them, Konoha's citizens went about their daily lives. Merchants selling vegetables, children playing ninja in the streets, elderly couples walking arm in arm. Normal people living normal lives, unaware of the monsters walking among them, or the sacrifices made to preserve their peace. Naruto breathed in the autumn air and felt something settle in his chest. This was what he'd been fighting for across 600 years. The chance to protect something worth protecting, to use his power for creation rather than destruction. Sasuke's redemption was just one part of it, but an important part. If he could save one person from walking his path, maybe all those centuries of regret meant something after all. The months that followed established a new normal for Team 7. Missions resumed under careful supervision, always with all 3 members present, plus Kakashi or another Jonin observer. They handled everything from border patrols to escort missions to intelligence gathering. Gradually rebuilding their teamwork and trust, Sasuke proved surprisingly cooperative during this period. He completed his psychological evaluations without complaint, trained diligently under Kakashi's instruction, and even began teaching Sakura some basic Sharingan-based genjutsu techniques to enhance her medical capabilities. The curse mark remained dormant, sealed more thoroughly by Tsunade's Fuinjutsu expertise. Though its influence still lurked beneath the surface like a sleeping serpent, Naruto continued his own training with Jiraiya during downtime, refining his techniques and developing new variations of moon breathing to counter specific opponents. The flesh sword had become second nature now, manifesting and dissolving in less than 1/10 of a second. The transparent world remained active at low level constantly, allowing him to detect threats before they materialized. And his cooperation with the Nine Tails deepened, the ancient fox grudgingly acknowledging that Naruto's approach, treating him as a partner rather than a weapon, was more effective than any previous Jinchūriki's attempts at control. It was during one of their regular training sessions that Jiraiya brought up the topic neither had wanted to address. Naruto, the Sannin said, watching him practice form transitions with the flesh sword, we need to talk about the Akatsuki. Naruto's movements didn't pause, each sword swing generating crescent-shaped cuts in the air that shredded practice dummies 50 feet away. What about them? My intelligence network indicates they're accelerating their timeline. They've already captured the one tail from Tsunagakure and the 4 tails from Iwagakure. At their current pace, they'll come for you within the year. Let them come. I'll kill whoever they send. It won't be that simple. The Akatsuki are S-rank criminals. Each member could single-handedly destroy a village, and they work in pairs specifically to counter opponents like you. Raw power won't be enough. Naruto finally paused his training, turning to face Jiraiya fully. The flesh sword dissolved, and his expression was serious. Then what do you suggest? Information. I'm going to Amegakure to investigate their leader, someone called Pain, who supposedly has the Rinnegan, the legendary dujutsu of the Sage of Six Paths. If I can discover his abilities and weaknesses, we can prepare countermeasures before they attack. But I need you to promise me something. What? If I don't come back, don't come looking for me immediately. Let the intelligence I send back guide your preparation. Rushing in blind against an opponent you don't understand would dishonor everything I've taught you about tactical thinking. Naruto's hands clenched. You're talking like you're going to die. I'm talking like a shinobi who knows when he's taking a dangerous mission. Pain is supposedly the strongest Akatsuki member, powerful enough to lead an organization of S-rank missing nin. Fighting him alone is risky, but someone has to gather intelligence, and I'm the best equipped for infiltration. Jiraiya's expression softened. I know you've lived 600 years, Naruto. I know you've seen more death than anyone should, but promise me you won't let revenge consume you if something happens to me. You've worked too hard to overcome Kokushibo's mistakes to throw it away on anger. I can't promise that, Naruto said honestly. If someone kills you, I'll hunt them down and destroy them. That's not revenge, that's justice. Is it? Or is it just revenge dressed up in prettier words? The question hung between them, unanswerable. Naruto had spent 3 years learning from Jiraiya, had come to see the perverted sage as a father figure who understood both sides of his nature, the ancient demon and the modern shinobi. The thought of losing him felt like reopening wounds that had never fully healed from his past life. Just come back alive, Naruto said finally. That's all I'm asking. Come back and we'll figure out the rest together. Jiraiya smiled, ruffling Naruto's hair like he was still a kid despite being taller than the Sannin now. I'll do my best, brat. Take care of the village while I'm gone. And keep Sasuke on the right path. That kid's one bad day away from spiraling, and you're the only one stubborn enough to pull him back. He left that night, vanishing into the darkness with his usual theatrical flair. Naruto watched him go from the Hokage monument, activating his transparent world to track Jiraiya's chakra signature until it disappeared beyond his range. Something felt wrong about this departure. Some instinct honed over centuries, warning that this might be the last time he saw his mentor alive. But Jiraiya was right. Rushing in without information was tactical suicide. So Naruto waited, trained harder, and prepared for the storm he could feel building on the horizon. 6 weeks passed before the message arrived. A toad summons appeared in Naruto's apartment at 3 in the morning, carrying a scroll sealed with Jiraiya's personal encryption. Naruto's hands shook as he decoded it, his transparent world enhanced perception allowing him to read the hidden messages written in microscopic text between the visible lines. The content was devastating in its brevity. Pain is 6 bodies controlled by 1 mind. Each body has Rinnegan and unique abilities. Real body is Naruto Uzumaki, hiding somewhere in Amegakure. They killed me. I'm sending this with my last chakra. The key to defeating Pain is... And there the message ended. Jiraiya's final words lost to whatever had killed him before he could finish. Naruto stared at the scroll for a full minute, processing the information with mechanical detachment. Then the detachment shattered, and something primal erupted from deep within him. The nine-tailed chakra exploded outward involuntarily, red energy wrapping around Naruto's body in violent waves. His flesh sword manifested without conscious thought, larger and more grotesque than ever before, covered in hundreds of eyes that opened simultaneously and wept blood. The 6 phantom eyes that usually remained invisible manifested physically around his head, glowing crimson with tailed beast chakra. And his killing intent, the accumulated malice of 600 years combined with the Nine-Tails' hatred, erupted like a psychic bomb. The entire village felt it. Civilians woke screaming from nightmares. Chunin and Jonin rushed to defensive positions, thinking the village was under attack. Anbu mobilized toward Naruto's apartment, and in the Hokage's office, Tsunade's face went pale as she sensed the overwhelming presence that made even the Nine-Tails' previous outbursts feel like gentle breezes. Kakashi reached Naruto's apartment first, using his Sharingan to navigate through the suffocating killing intent. He found Naruto standing in the center of the room, surrounded by a crater where the floor had been, his body wrapped in the Nine-Tails chakra cloak, while his flesh sword writhed like a living thing. The 6 eyes around his head tracked Kakashi's arrival, but didn't seem to register him as anything more than an obstacle. "Naruto," Kakashi said carefully, keeping his distance, "I know you're in pain. I know what Jiraiya meant to you. But you need to control this before the Nine-Tails fully manifests. The seal can't contain this level of chakra much longer. He's dead." Naruto's voice overlapped with something deeper, older, more ancient than any living being should sound. The only person who understood what I am, who saw the demon and the human and accepted both. Dead, murdered by someone hiding behind 6 corpses like a coward. Yes, and if you let yourself lose control now, his death means nothing. He taught you to think tactically, to control your power, to be better than your emotions. Honor that. Honor him. The killing intent intensified briefly, and Kakashi felt his knees buckle under the weight of it. This wasn't just anger. It was the accumulated rage of someone who'd lived 6 centuries, who'd lost everything multiple times, who'd finally found something worth protecting, only to have it ripped away again. It was the fury of a demon remembering why it had become a demon in the first place. Then Tsunade arrived, followed by Yamato, who could suppress tailed beast chakra with his wood release. Together, they formed a triangle around Naruto, Yamato's wooden constructs wrapping around the Nine-Tails chakra cloak while Tsunade prepared emergency seals. "Naruto Uzumaki," Tsunade commanded, her voice carrying the authority of the Hokage. "I understand your pain. Jiraiya was my teammate, my friend, someone I cared about deeply. His death hurts me too. But if you lose control now, if you let the Nine-Tails fully manifest, thousands will die. Is that what Jiraiya would want? For you to destroy everything he taught you to protect?" The question penetrated through Naruto's rage like a kunai through silk. Slowly, incrementally, the killing intent began to recede. The Nine-Tails chakra cloak faded. The flesh sword shrank back to normal proportions. The phantom eyes around his head dimmed from crimson to their usual purple before vanishing entirely. When Naruto spoke again, his voice was human but broken. "He's gone. Pervy Sage is gone, and I wasn't there to save him." "No," Tsunade agreed, kneeling beside him in the ruined apartment. "You weren't, because he chose to go alone, chose to sacrifice himself gathering information to protect you and the village. The best way to honor that sacrifice is to use the intelligence he died obtaining. Can you do that?" Naruto nodded slowly, tears streaming down his face, the first time anyone had seen him cry since learning of the third Hokage's death. "I'll use it. I'll prepare, and when pain comes for me, I'll kill him. All 6 bodies. I'll make him regret ever touching someone I cared about." "Not revenge," Kakashi reminded him gently. "Justice." "There's a difference?" Naruto asked, echoing Sasuke's earlier question. "There has to be. Because if there isn't, then we're no better than the monsters we fight." They stayed with him until dawn, ensuring the Nine-Tails' influence fully receded and Naruto regained complete control. By the time the sun rose over Konoha, Naruto sat calmly in the ruins of his apartment, studying Jiraiya's final message with tactical detachment born from 600 years of combat experience, 6 bodies, 1 mind, Rinnegan abilities, hidden true body. The information was incomplete, but it gave him a framework to work with. Pain would come eventually. Jinchūriki were the Akatsuki's ultimate targets, and Naruto represented the Nine-Tails, the most powerful tailed beast. When that confrontation happened, Naruto needed to be ready not with raw power, but with understanding of his opponent's capabilities. Sasuke found him 3 days later in Training Ground 44, systematically destroying targets with increasingly complex moon-breathing variations. The forest bore scars from hours of practice. Trees bisected hundreds of feet away, the ground cratered and torn, the air still shimmering with residual chakra from techniques that had reshaped the landscape. "I heard about Jiraiya-sama," Sasuke said, approaching carefully. "I'm sorry." Naruto didn't stop his practice, flowing from 3rd form into 5th form into 8th form in seamless combination. "Are you? You barely knew him. I know what it's like to lose someone important, to have them ripped away when you weren't strong enough to stop it." Sasuke paused. I know you want revenge. Hell, you've spent 3 years trying to talk me out of the same thing, but I'm going to give you the same advice you gave me. Don't let it consume you. Use your anger. Don't let it use you. Naruto finally stopped, turning to face Sasuke fully. You're lecturing me about revenge? That's rich, because I understand it better than anyone else in this village. I know what it feels like to want someone dead so badly that you'd sacrifice everything for it. And I know that if you give in to that feeling completely, you'll become exactly what you've been fighting against. Sasuke's Sharingan activated, 2 tomoe spinning in each eye. You saved me from that path twice. Let me return the favor. Don't become Kokushibo again. Don't throw away 600 years of growth for one moment of satisfaction. The words hit harder than any physical attack could have. Naruto stood there, his flesh sword dissolving, his breathing controlled, but his expression raw with emotion. What am I supposed to do? Just accept his death? Move on, like it didn't matter? No. Grieve. Be angry. Train until you're strong enough that no one can ever kill someone you care about again. But don't let that anger define you. That's what separates justice from revenge. One is about moving forward, the other is about staying trapped in the past. Naruto laughed bitterly. When did you become so wise? About the same time you beat it into my skull that bonds matter more than power. Turns out you were a decent teacher despite being an ancient demon in a teenager's body. They sat together on a fallen log, 2 broken people trying to heal each other through shared understanding. Around them, the forest of death lived up to its name. Predatory animals prowled in the undergrowth. Poisonous plants released spores into the air, the entire ecosystem designed to kill the unprepared. But for Naruto and Sasuke, it was just another training ground, just another place where they could speak honestly without pretense or judgment. I'm going to kill Pain when he comes, Naruto said finally. Not because I want revenge, but because he's a threat to the village and to the other tailed beasts. Jiraiya's death doesn't change that tactical necessity. But I'll do it the right way, prepared, informed, controlled. That's what Pervy Sage would want. Good. And when you do, I'll be there watching your back. You pulled me back from the edge twice. Least I can do is make sure you don't fall off when your time comes. It was the closest thing to a declaration of friendship Sasuke had ever made, and Naruto accepted it for what it was. An acknowledgement that their bond had evolved beyond simple rivalry into something resembling brotherhood. They'd both lost their birth families to tragedy and violence, but they'd found something equally valuable in each other. Someone who understood what it meant to carry impossible burdens and still choose to keep fighting. The intelligence network that Jiraiya had built continued operating even after his death, feeding information back to Konoha through his network of contacts and informants. Over the following months, Naruto studied everything they learned about the Akatsuki, building profiles on each member and identifying potential counters to their abilities. Itachi Uchiha and Kasame Hoshigaki, the pair most likely to be sent after him, given Itachi's interest in Sasuke and Kasame's specialty in fighting Jinchūriki. Deidara and Sasori, explosives expert and puppet master, already deceased according to reports from Tsunagakure's retrieval mission. Hidan and Kakuzu, immortal zealot and bounty hunter with 5 hearts, both dangerous but manageable with proper preparation. And Pain himself, the leader who commanded them all with his Rinnegan and mysterious abilities. Naruto trained specifically for each potential opponent, developing counters and strategies that played to his strengths while exploiting their weaknesses. Against Itachi's Genjutsu, he practiced chakra disruption techniques using the Nine Tails power to break illusions. Against Kisame's Samahata sword, he developed moon breathing forms that couldn't be absorbed because they were pure air pressure rather than chakra constructs. Against Pain's supposed abilities, he trained his transparent world to maximum capacity, hoping it would let him see through whatever tricks the Rinnegan granted. But theory and preparation could only go so far. The real test came 6 months after Jiraiya's death, when Itachi Uchiha and Kasame Hoshigaki walked through Konoha's gates in broad daylight, making no attempt at stealth or subterfuge. The alarm went up immediately. Anbu mobilized, Jonin rushed to defensive positions, civilians were evacuated to shelters. And Naruto, who'd been training with Team 7 in the village outskirts, felt the surge of familiar chakra signatures and knew exactly who had arrived. "Itachi's here," Sasuke said, his Sharingan activating instantly, his entire body tensing like a drawn bowstring. "Stay calm," Naruto ordered, already moving toward the gate. "Remember what we talked about. Don't engage him alone. Don't let emotion override tactics. He murdered my entire clan. Emotion is all I have. Then use it to fuel your technique, not cloud your judgment. We do this smart, or we don't do it at all." They reached the main street to find Itachi and Kisame standing calmly in the center of a ring of ambu, making no threatening moves but radiating enough danger that the entire squad kept their weapons drawn. Itachi looked worse than Naruto remembered from the Chunin exams. His skin was paler, his breathing more labored, and through the transparent world, Naruto could see his internal organs were failing. This man was dying, probably within months, if not weeks, his body consuming itself from some terminal illness. "Itachi Uchiha," Kakashi called out, having arrived via body flicker, his Sharingan exposed and ready. "You're trespassing in Konoha. State your business or leave immediately." "I'm here to see my brother," Itachi replied, his voice calm despite the dozens of weapons pointed at him. "One final time before my death. Then we'll leave peacefully." "Liar!" Sasuke snarled, pushing through the ambu cordon despite Naruto's warning hand on his shoulder. "You're here for the Nine Tails. The Akatsuki hunt Jinchūriki. This is just a cover to get close to Naruto." Itachi's eyes, Mangekyo Sharingan fully activated, the pinwheel pattern spinning slowly, met Sasuke's gaze with something that might have been sadness. "You've grown stronger, little brother. Your Sharingan has evolved, but you still don't understand the truth. I understand you're a murderer who killed our clan and deserves to die." "Yes, I am. I killed them all, our parents, our relatives, everyone except you. Do you know why? Because you're a monster. Because they were planning a coup that would have destroyed Konoha and sparked a civil war. The third Hokage in the village council gave me an impossible choice: eliminate the threat before it materialized, or watch thousands die in the resulting conflict. I chose the lesser evil. I chose to bear the hatred of the one person I cared about most to preserve the peace our parents claimed to want." The words detonated like explosive tags across the assembled shinobi. Several Anbu gasped. Kakashi's visible eye widened in shock, and Sasuke stood frozen, his Sharingan spinning wildly as his entire worldview began cracking. "You're lying," Sasuke whispered, but his voice lacked conviction. "I'm dying," Itachi replied. "I have no reason to lie. The illness consuming me will kill me within weeks. I came here to give you the truth before that happens, so you can choose what to do with it. Hate me if you wish. Hunt me down and kill me to prove your strength. But understand that everything I did believing it was necessary to protect you in the village." "Tsukuyomi," Itachi said, and Sasuke's body locked up as the genjutsu activated. Naruto moved instantly, his flesh sword manifesting as he lunged toward Itachi to disrupt the technique. But Kasame intercepted, his massive Samahata sword swinging in a wide arc that forced Naruto to dodge rather than attack. "Your fight's with me," Kasame grinned, revealing his shark-like teeth. "The brothers need privacy for their reunion." "Moon-breathing third form," Naruto snarled, his blade generating crescent-shaped slashes that shot toward Kasame like missiles. "Loathsome moon chains!" The crescents connected in mid-air, forming a net of cutting edges that should have shredded any opponent. But Samahata absorbed the chakra that held them together, and the technique dispersed harmlessly. Kasame's grin widened. "Did you really think the same trick would work twice? I studied our last fight. Samahata can't absorb your pure air pressure attacks, but it can absorb any technique with chakra reinforcement. You'll have to do better than that." "Fine." Naruto's eyes shifted, the transparent world activating at maximum capacity. He could see Kasame's muscle fibers tensing, could predict his movements 3 seconds before they happened, could track the chakra flowing through Samahata and identify its weak points. Moon breathing, 10th form, drilling slashes, moon through bamboo leaves. The technique was different from his previous forms. Instead of wide crescent blades, it generated 3 consecutive piercing attacks that spiraled like drills, each one compressed to the width of a sword, but carrying the force of a meteor impact. They punched through Samehada's defenses through sheer concentrated power, forcing Kasame to substitute away. But while Naruto fought Kasame, Sasuke remained trapped in Tsukuyomi, experiencing what felt like 72 hours of revelation compressed into 3 seconds of real time. Itachi showed him everything: the third Hokage's orders, the council's deliberations, the Uchiha clan's planning sessions for the coup, the impossible choice that had led to the massacre. He showed Sasuke the truth, that Itachi had been a double agent working for Konoha's Anbu, that he'd been ordered to eliminate his own clan to prevent civil war, that he'd spared Sasuke out of love and given him hatred as a reason to live. When the Genjutsu released, Sasuke collapsed to his knees, tears streaming from eyes that couldn't decide between grief and rage. Around him, the Anbu maintained their perimeter but made no move to interfere. This was clearly a personal matter beyond simple combat. "Now you know," Itachi said quietly. "Do with that knowledge what you will. I won't resist if you choose to kill me. My time is short regardless. But understand that I loved you, Sasuke. Everything I did, every choice I made was to protect you and give you the strength to survive in this cruel world." Sasuke's hands clenched into fists, his Sharingan spinning so rapidly it almost blurred. "You gave me hatred. You told me to kill you. You destroyed my childhood and made me into a weapon aimed at your heart. And you call that love? I call it the only option I had. Would you have preferred I killed you along with the rest, or let you die in the civil war that would have followed? I chose the path that gave you life, even if it came with pain. You should have trusted me with the truth. You were 7 years old. What could you have done except suffer more?" The argument was circular, both sides having merit, neither having clear moral high ground. Naruto, still fighting Kisame, watched the exchange through his peripheral vision and felt a deep ache of recognition. This was the same impossible choice Kokushibo had faced, whether to reveal his jealousy and pain to Yoichi, or bury it beneath false smiles and distance. Itachi had chosen concealment, believing it protected Sasuke. But just like Kokushibo's choice, it had created wounds that might never fully heal. "Enough," Tsunade's voice rang out as she arrived, flanked by multiple Anbu squads. "Itachi Uchiha, you will surrender peacefully and submit to interrogation regarding your claims about the Uchiha massacre. Kasame Hoshigaki, you will cease hostilities immediately. This confrontation ends now, or I will personally ensure it ends permanently." Kasame glanced at Itachi, who nodded slightly. The shark-like missing 9 stepped back, Samehada resting on his shoulder. "We came to deliver a message, not start a war. Message delivered. We're leaving." "You're not going anywhere," that Tsunade declared. "You're both wanted S-rank criminals." "Let them go," Sasuke said suddenly, his voice raw but firm. "Itachi gave me the truth. That's all I wanted. If he dies to his illness or by my hand, it makes no difference now. But I won't have him imprisoned like some common criminal when he was following the third Hokage's orders." The crowd murmured in shock. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. "Sasuke, what are you?" "He's telling the truth," Naruto interrupted, deactivating his flesh sword. "My transparent world can see his organs failing. He has weeks at most, possibly days. Imprisoning a dying man who claims he acted on Konoha's orders only creates more questions. Better to let him leave and investigate his claims thoroughly." It was a calculated political move, one that prevented immediate conflict while buying time to verify Itachi's story. Tsunade recognized the strategy and, after a long moment of consideration, nodded reluctantly. "You have 24 hours to leave Fire Country territory," she declared. "If you're found within our borders after that, you'll be treated as hostile and eliminated." "Understood?" "Understood," Itachi replied. He looked at Sasuke one last time, his expression unreadable behind his perfect shinobi mask. "Grow strong, little brother. Surpass me. And when you do, decide for yourself what justice looks like." He and Kisame vanished in a swirl of crows and water, respectively, leaving behind a village in turmoil and a young Uchiha whose entire worldview had been shattered and rebuilt in the span of minutes. That night, Sasuke sat alone in his apartment, staring at the wall where his family photo once hung. Naruto found him there hours later, neither speaking for a long time. Finally, Sasuke broke the silence. Was he right? Was killing them the lesser evil? Naruto considered the question from both perspectives, as Naruto Uzumaki, who'd grown up in Konoha, and as Michikatsu Tsugikuni, who'd lived through 600 years of impossible choices. I don't know, maybe. Maybe there was a better way that no one saw, because they were all too caught up in their own perspectives. But I do know that Itachi made his choice believing it was right, just like you'll make your choices believing they're right. Whether it actually was right is something only history can judge. That's not helpful. No, but it's honest. Sometimes there are no good answers, only less terrible ones. The best we can do is make our choices consciously and accept the consequences. Sasuke laughed bitterly. You sound like a tired old man. I am a tired old man. I just look like a teenager. Naruto stood, moving toward the door. For what it's worth, I think Itachi loved you in the only way he knew how, by giving you a reason to survive, even if that reason was hatred. It's a terrible gift, but it's more than some people get. What you do with that gift is up to you. And if I choose to kill him anyway, then I'll help you track him down. Not because I think it's right, but because you're my teammate, and that's what teammates do. We support each other's choices even when we don't agree with them. It was the most honest thing Naruto had ever said to Sasuke, and it hit harder than any lecture or philosophy could have. Sasuke sat there long into the night, processing everything he'd learned, trying to reconcile the brother he'd hated with the brother who'd supposedly sacrificed everything to protect him. The investigation into Itachi's claims took weeks, requiring access to classified documents and interviews with surviving members of the Third Hokage's administration. What they discovered confirmed Itachi's story. The Uchiha clan had indeed been planning a coup. The Third Hokage had indeed ordered their elimination as a last resort, and Itachi had indeed been the weapon chosen to carry out that impossible order. The revelation sent shockwaves through Konoha's political establishment. Some called for posthumous pardons for Itachi. Others argued his methods were still unjustifiable regardless of orders. The debate raged in council chambers and private meetings, with no clear consensus emerging. Sasuke, for his part, withdrew from the debate entirely. He trained harder than ever, his Sharingan evolving toward the Mangekyo through sheer determination and emotional trauma. He stopped talking about revenge and started talking about justice, about reforming the village's systems to prevent future massacres, about ensuring no one else would have to choose between their family and their village. It was growth, Naruto recognized. Painful, complicated growth, born from having his simple worldview of kill Itachi for revenge, shattered and replaced with the messy reality that sometimes monsters were created by impossible circumstances rather than inherent evil. The months passed, training continued, missions were completed, and always, hanging over everything like a storm cloud, was the knowledge that the Akatsuki would eventually come for Naruto, and when they did, the confrontation would reshape the shinobi world. The attack came not with warning but with devastation. 6 months after Itachi's visit, Pain arrived in Konoha at dawn, his 6 bodies descending from the sky like gods of destruction. The Deva Path landed in the village center and spoke with a voice that carried across every street and building. Naruto Uzumaki, surrender the 9 tails, or this village will be destroyed. The response was immediate and violent. Konoha shinobi mobilized, ambush squads engaging the 6 bodies of Pain simultaneously. Jonin-level techniques filled the air. Fire jutsu, lightning release, genjutsu, everything in the village's arsenal brought to bear against the intruders. It wasn't enough. The Asura Path generated additional arms and weapons, firing missiles that leveled entire city blocks. The Animal Path summoned creatures the size of buildings, a 3-headed dog that split into multiple copies when struck, a giant bird that rained down attacks from above, a rhinoceros that charged through defensive walls like they were paper. The Human Path drained the souls of shinobi who got too close, killing them instantly with a touch. The Preta Path absorbed every ninjutsu thrown at it, growing stronger with each absorbed technique. The Naraka Path interrogated and executed captured defenders, determining truth from lies with some otherworldly ability. And the Deva Path, the leader, used gravitational manipulation to devastate anything that approached. Almighty Push sent shinobi flying hundreds of feet, crushing them against buildings or each other, while Universal Pull dragged victims directly into killing range. Kakashi engaged the Deva path directly, using his Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui to warp away the gravitational attacks and create openings for counterattacks. But the technique exhausted him rapidly, and when the Deva path predicted his pattern and caught him with a direct almighty push, Kakashi's body was impaled on debris. He died protecting his students, his final words a whispered apology to Obito for failing to protect their village. That death, transmitted through the village's communication network, reached Naruto just as he was returning from a mission outside Fire Country's borders. He'd been tracking a lead on Akatsuki movements with Sasuke and Sakura, intentionally kept away from the village as part of Tsunade's protective strategy. When the message came, village under attack, Kakashi dead, Pain demanding Naruto's surrender, something inside Naruto broke completely. He'd felt this before. In his past life, when Yoriichi had died, and Kokushibo realized he'd wasted 400 years chasing a ghost, while his brother lived a full life and died peacefully. The sudden, crushing realization that the people you care about can be taken away in an instant, that all your power means nothing if you're not there to use it. The Nine-Tails chakra erupted without warning. But this time, it wasn't the red energy of rage. It was something darker, older, more primordial. Purple chakra mixed with red, creating a swirling maelstrom around Naruto's body. His flesh sword manifested involuntarily, growing to massive proportions. Covered in so many eyes they overlapped and merged into a single writhing mass. The 6 phantom eyes that usually remained invisible manifested physically around his head, each one glowing with combined tailed beast and demonic chakra. And his presence, the accumulated killing intent of 600 years combined with the Nine-Tails' hatred, exploded outward like a psychic bomb that could be felt for miles. Sasuke and Sakura both collapsed under the weight of it, their bodies simply unable to process the sheer malevolence radiating from their teammate. Trees within a 100-foot radius withered and died. Animals fled in blind panic. The very air seemed to thicken and darken, as if reality itself recoiled from what Naruto had become. Naruto, Sakura gasped, trying to stay conscious through medical chakra reinforcement. You need to control. Moon breathing, 16th form. Naruto's voice overlapped with something ancient and terrible. Moonbow, half moon. The technique manifested at a scale he'd never attempted before. 6 massive crescent-shaped slashes, each one the size of a small mountain, crashed down from the sky toward Konoha's general direction. They weren't aimed at anything specific. They were just the raw manifestation of Naruto's grief and rage given physical form. Sasuke forced himself upright, his Mangekyo Sharingan activating from sheer desperate need. Stop! You'll destroy the village yourself if you can't control that. The words penetrated through Naruto's fury just enough to redirect the technique. The 6 crescents slammed into an empty valley 5 miles from their position, and the resulting explosion could be heard in Konoha itself. When the dust settled, the valley no longer existed. Just a crater 300 feet deep and half a mile wide, with glass-smooth walls where the rock had been instantly superheated and then cooled. Naruto stood at the crater's edge, his breathing ragged, his body still wrapped in the combined chakra cloak. The flesh sword had grown even larger, now more resembling a small building than a weapon, its hundreds of eyes all locked in Konoha's direction. I wasn't there, he said, his voice breaking. Again, Kakashi-sensei died protecting the village, and I wasn't there. Jiraiya died investigating pain, and I wasn't there. I have 600 years of combat experience, power that rivals tailed beasts, techniques that can reshape landscapes, and I'm never there when it matters. Because you can't be everywhere, Sasuke replied, walking up beside him despite the oppressive chakra making each step feel like moving through deep water. You're not a god, Naruto. You're powerful, yes, probably the strongest shinobi alive, but you're still just one person. You can't save everyone. All you can do is save who you can, when you can. That's not good enough. It never is, but it's all anyone has. Sasuke's hand gripped Naruto's shoulder, and the contact seemed to ground him slightly. Right now, pain is destroying Konoha and killing our friends and allies. You can either stand here drowning in guilt about not being there sooner, or you can go there now and stop him before more people die. Your choice. The simplicity of it cut through Naruto's spiraling emotions. Sasuke was right. Self-recrimination was a luxury he couldn't afford while the village burned. There would be time for guilt and grief after Pain was dead. "Come on," Naruto said, his voice steadying as he forcibly reined in the Nine-Tails chakra. "We're ending this. Today. Now." They traveled to Konoha at speeds that blurred the landscape, Naruto's enhanced physical capabilities allowing him to cross miles in minutes. Sasuke and Sakura struggled to keep up, eventually falling behind as Naruto pulled ahead. His urgency overriding tactical caution, he arrived to find the village in ruins. Buildings collapsed or burning. Streets cratered and torn apart. Bodies, so many bodies, shinobi and civilians alike, crushed by Pain's techniques or killed by the summoned creatures. The death toll was already in the hundreds and climbing. And in the center of the devastation, the 6 bodies of Pain stood in formation, having just eliminated the last major resistance force. Tsunade lay unconscious nearby, drained from using her creation rebirth technique to heal and protect as many people as possible. The village's defenders were scattered, broken, barely clinging to survival. Pain's Deva path turned as Naruto approached, the Renegade's ripple pattern focusing on him with eerie intensity. "Naruto Uzumaki, finally, surrender the Nine-Tails peacefully, and I'll stop the destruction. Resist, and everyone you care about will die while you watch." Naruto's response was wordless. The flesh sword manifested in his hand, but this time it was different. Combined with Nine-Tails chakra, the weapon had evolved into something beyond grotesque. It was massive, easily 30 feet long, covered in hundreds of eyes that all glowed with red chakra, wrapped in flame-like energy that gave it the appearance of a living, burning thing. The 6 phantom eyes around Naruto's head manifested physically, each one tracking a different Pain body independently. This was Naruto's ultimate form, the fusion of 600 years of demonic power with the Nine-Tails chakra, the combination of Kokushibo's techniques with the Jinchūriki's overwhelming energy. It was terrifying, it was beautiful in its horror, and it was absolutely apocalyptic in its potential. "You killed my teacher," Naruto said, his voice carrying across the ruined village. "You destroyed my home. You murdered people who couldn't defend themselves. I'm going to kill you now, all 6 of you, and I'm going to make it hurt." The animal path summoned its creatures. The Asura path generated weapons. The Preta path prepared to absorb techniques. The human path moved to flank. The Naraka path retreated to support, and the Deva path raised its hand, preparing almighty push. Naruto moved first. Moon breathing, 5th form, moon spirit calamitous eddy. The technique was a vortex but enhanced with tailed beast chakra. It became a tornado of crescent blades that filled the entire street. The summoned creatures were shredded instantly, their bodies torn apart by hundreds of cutting edges moving at supersonic speeds. The animal path tried to resummon, but Naruto was already there, his transparent world having predicted the movement. His massive flesh sword bisected the body in a single swing, the blade moving so fast it created a vacuum that imploded the surrounding debris. 1 down. The Asura path fired missiles, but Naruto's 6 phantom eyes tracked each one independently. Moon breathing, 3rd form, loathsome moon chains. The crescent slashes intercepted the missiles in midair, creating a series of explosions that lit up the sky. Through the smoke, Naruto charged, his sword extending additional blades from its sides like Kokushibo's ultimate form. The Asura path tried to defend, generating mechanical arms and shields, but the flesh sword had dozens of independent cutting edges that attacked from impossible angles. The body was torn apart, its core destroyed. 2 down. The Preta path moved to absorb Naruto's chakra-based attacks, but that was its mistake. Naruto's moon-breathing forms at their core weren't chakra techniques. They were compressed air generated by sword movements, only enhanced by chakra. Moon-breathing, 10th form, drilling slashes, moon through bamboo leaves. The piercing attack punched straight through the Preta path's absorption field, the concentrated force drilling through its chest before it could react. The body collapsed, its absorption abilities useless against pure physical force compressed to a single point. 3 down. The human path tried to close distance, reaching for Naruto's face to rip out his soul. But the transparent world saw it coming 3 seconds before the movement started, and Naruto's blade intercepted the arm, severing it at the shoulder. Before the path could retreat, Naruto's free hand grabbed its throat, nine-tailed chakra burning the body from within. You drain souls? I've lived 600 years. Good luck processing that much memory. The human path convulsed, its technique backfiring as it tried to extract a soul that had centuries of existence compressed into it, and its head simply exploded from the overload. 4 down. The Naraka path attempted to retreat, summoning the King of Hell, a massive spectral creature that could resurrect the other bodies or judge the living. But Naruto had no intention of letting Pain recover his forces. Moon breathing, 14th form, catastrophe, Tenman crescent moon. The technique was his ultimate area attack, but enhanced with tailed beast chakra, it became something beyond description. Dozens of massive crescent blades, each one glowing with orange and purple energy, each one covered in blinking eyes, erupted from the ground in chaotic patterns. The King of Hell was bisected before it fully manifested. The Naraka path was caught in the crossfire, its body torn apart by overlapping slashes. 5 down. Only the Diva path remained, standing alone in the crater that had once been Konoha's main street. Nagato, controlling it from somewhere in the village, poured maximum chakra into the technique. Almighty push! The gravitational repulsion was stronger than anything Pain had used before, strong enough to level mountains, strong enough to erase entire armies. It caught Naruto full force, and even his nine-tails enhanced body was launched backward, crashing through buildings and debris for hundreds of feet. But Naruto's 600 years of combat experience meant he knew how to turn disadvantage into opportunity. As he flew backward, he twisted in midair, planting his feet against a building wall and using it as a springboard to redirect his momentum. The flesh sword extended to its maximum length, becoming a 40-foot monstrosity that trailed behind him like a comet's tail. Moon breathing, 17th form. Naruto roared, creating a new technique born from this exact moment, combining every form he knew into one devastating assault. Eclipse of 6 moons! 6 massive crescent blades, each representing one of his phantom eyes, each enhanced with maximum nine-tails chakra, each carrying the weight of 600 years of accumulated skill and determination, crashed down toward the Deva path from 6 different angles simultaneously. They came from above, from the sides, from below, creating a 3-dimensional cage of destruction that couldn't be blocked or avoided. The Deva path used Almighty Push again, the 5-second cooldown having barely expired. The gravitational wave deflected 3 of the crescents, but 3 still got through, and they struck with enough force to create a crater within a crater. The Deva path's body crushed under the impact. 6 down. Silence fell over the battlefield. Naruto stood in the center of the devastation, his flesh sword still manifested, his 6 phantom eyes scanning for any remaining threats. Around him, Konoha lay in ruins, but the immediate danger had passed. Pain's 6 bodies were destroyed, their connection to Nagato severed. But Naruto wasn't done. Using the transparent world, he tracked the chakra signatures back to their source, following the invisible threads that had connected the 6 bodies to one central location. There, hidden in a makeshift building on the village's outskirts, he found Naruto Uzumaki, a skeletal man connected to a mechanical device, his body wasted from years of channeling the Rinnegan's power, his red hair matted with sweat. Beside him stood Konan, the blue-haired woman whose paper techniques had allowed her to survive as Nagato's protector and partner. She stood between Naruto and Nagato, paper wings manifesting from her back, prepared to die defending her friend. "Don't," Nagato said weakly, his voice raspy from exhaustion. "It's over, Konan. I lost. Let him finish it." Naruto approached slowly, his flesh sword dissolving now that the immediate threat had passed. He looked at Nagato through his transparent world and saw the truth. This man was dying, his body consumed by the Rinnegan's power, his life measured in months at most. And more importantly, he saw the pain, the grief, the absolute conviction that had driven Nagato to believe mass destruction was necessary for peace. "You killed my teacher," Naruto said quietly. "Jiraiya-sama. You murdered him while he was trying to understand you, to find a way to reach you without violence. I know. He was our teacher too once, before pain became necessary, before we learned that peace can only come through mutual understanding of suffering." Nagato's eyes, those rippled Rinnegan eyes, met Naruto's with absolute certainty. "That's why I'm doing this. creating so much pain that the world will fear war itself. A tailed beast weapon so terrifying that nations will never fight again. That's the only path to lasting peace. No, Naruto replied, and his voice carried 600 years of authority. It's not. I've lived longer than you can imagine. I've seen empires rise and fall. I've watched peace built on fear collapse the moment that fear faded. Pain doesn't create understanding. It creates resentment that festers until it explodes into worse violence. Your method is just another cycle of hatred dressed up as philosophy. Then what's your answer? How do you create peace in a world where nations have been at war for generations? By building bonds worth protecting. By showing people that cooperation brings more benefits than conflict. By being strong enough to defend those bonds when threatened, but restrained enough not to abuse that strength. Naruto's expression softened slightly. Jiraiya-sensei believed in that. He believed people could change, could grow, could be better. He died believing it. And I won't let his death be meaningless by accepting your cynical view that humanity is doomed to suffer. Nagato laughed bitterly. You sound just like him, full of idealistic speeches about bonds and trust. But what happens when those bonds break? When trust is betrayed? What then? Then you grieve, you learn, and you build new bonds. That's what it means to be human rather than a god trying to force peace through overwhelming power. Naruto's hands clenched. I could kill you right now. You've given me every reason. Jiraiya-sensei's death, the village's destruction, all these deaths. I have the power and the justification. But you know what? I'm not going to. Because killing you would just prove your point that power is all that matters. Instead, I'm going to prove Jiraiya-sensei was right to believe in redemption. You're sparing me? Nagato's surprise was genuine. After everything I've done, I'm giving you a choice. Die here knowing your philosophy of pain accomplished nothing but more pain. Or live long enough to try Jiraiya-sensei's way. Build connections, trust people, work toward peace through understanding rather than fear. You have months left at most. Use them to honor our shared teacher's memory, or waste them clinging to a failed dream. Your call. The silence stretched between them, broken only by Konan's quiet sobbing as she realized Naruto was offering mercy neither of them had expected. Nagato stared at this young man who carried ancient eyes and spoke with the weight of centuries, and for the first time since creating pain, he questioned whether his path had truly been the only option. If I use Rin Rebirth, Nagato said slowly, I can resurrect everyone who died in this attack, all the shinobi, all the civilians. It requires my life force, will kill me instantly, but it would undo the damage I've caused. And redeem nothing, Naruto replied. Death isn't something you can just reverse to erase consequences. Those people died because of your choices. Bringing them back doesn't change that you made those choices. If you want redemption, live with the guilt. Spend your remaining time teaching others not to make your mistakes. That's real redemption, not magical resurrection. But even as he said it, Naruto saw Kakashi's body in his mind, saw Tsunade unconscious from overexertion, saw the hundreds of corpses scattered across Konoha's streets. The pragmatic part of him that had lived 600 years knew resurrection was impossible in the world he'd come from. But this world had different rules, had techniques that defied death itself. Use it, Naruto said finally. Not because I'm giving you permission, but because those people deserve the chance to live that you stole from them. But know this, when you die using that technique, you don't get to die believing you made things right. You die knowing you destroyed lives and had to spend your own life fixing your mistake. That's justice, not redemption. Nagato nodded slowly. Konan, after this, take our message back to Omegakure. Tell them Pain's dream failed. Tell them to find another way. Konan's paper wings folded as she knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face. Nagato, it's all right. For the first time in years, I'm choosing hope over pain. That's not a bad way to die. He formed hand seals, his chakra flaring one final time. Rin Rebirth. The technique manifested as light, pure white energy that spread across the entire village like a wave. Every corpse it touched stirred, breath returning, wounds healing, life flowing back into bodies that moments before had been empty shells. Kakashi opened his eyes in the rubble where he'd fallen. Tsunade's injuries closed. The hundreds of dead began moving, confused but alive, and Nagato's body crumbled, his life force completely depleted by the technique. He fell forward, and Konan caught him, cradling his head as the light faded from his Rinnegan. "Thank you," Nagato whispered, looking at Naruto one last time, "for showing me there was another way. I hope you're right about bonds being stronger than pain. I hope Jiraiya-sensei was right about everything." He died there in Konan's arms, the last of the chakra fading from his body. Naruto stood witness, his 6 phantom eyes finally closing and vanishing, his flesh sword dissolving permanently for the moment. Around them, Konoha stirred back to life, the resurrected shinobi and civilians slowly realizing what had happened. Konan looked up at Naruto, her eyes red from crying, but her expression resolved. "I'll tell them about pain's failure, about your strength that came from bonds rather than hatred. Maybe it will change something. Maybe it won't, but I'll try." She gathered Nagato's body, wrapping it in paper, and departed without another word. Naruto let her go. She'd been a follower, not the leader, and punishing her served no purpose. The real threat had been Nagato, and that threat was now permanently ended. The village slowly emerged from shelters and hiding places, seeing the devastation that remained despite the resurrections. Buildings still lay in ruins, infrastructure was destroyed, the economic cost would be staggering. But the people were alive, and in that moment, that was enough. Tsunade found Naruto standing in the crater where he'd fought pain, staring at the destruction. Her injuries had healed thanks to Rinna rebirth, but the exhaustion remained written across her face. "You saved us," she said simply, "again." "I almost destroyed us first," Naruto replied, gesturing at the devastation his own techniques had contributed to. "Half this damage is from my moon breathing forms. I lost control, let rage override judgment. If Sasuke hadn't stopped me, I might have killed Pain and destroyed the village doing it. But you didn't. You maintained enough control to direct your power where it needed to go. That's growth, Naruto. That's exactly what Jiraiya and the third Hokage were hoping for when they invested in you." She paused, then added quietly, "He'd be proud of how you fought, of how you chose mercy when you could have chosen revenge. You honored his memory better than any violent retribution could have." The words hit harder than any physical attack. Naruto felt tears threatening but forced them back. There would be time for grief later, after the immediate crisis was handled. Right now, the village needed leadership and stability, and as one of its strongest defenders, he had responsibilities. "What's the plan for rebuilding?" he asked, forcing himself back into tactical thinking. "Same as always, clear rubble, repair infrastructure, restore housing. It'll take months, maybe years, but we'll recover. We always do." Tsunade's expression hardened slightly. "But Naruto, we need to talk about the Akatsuki. Pain was just one member. There are others, and they'll eventually come for you too. What happened here today can't happen again. The village can't take another invasion like this." "I know. That's why I'm leaving." The statement came out before Naruto fully processed it, but once said, he realized it was the right decision. As long as he remained in Konoha, he was a target that endangered everyone around him. The Akatsuki wouldn't stop hunting the Nine Tails just because Pain had failed. Better to draw them away, face them on neutral ground where civilian casualties wouldn't be a factor. "Absolutely not," Tsunade said firmly. "You're one of our strongest defenders. We need you here. You need me alive, which I won't be if I'm constantly worried about the village being used as leverage against me. Let me draw the Akatsuki away. I'll hunt them before they can organize another attack. It's what I do best. And if they kill you, they won't. I'm 600 years old, have techniques they've never seen, and the Nine Tails as a partner. I'm the most dangerous thing they'll ever face. Trust me on this." The argument continued for hours, but eventually Tsunade conceded. Naruto was technically a special jonin with authority to accept missions as he saw fit, and hunting Akatsuki before they could threaten the village again fell within mission parameters. She couldn't stop him even if she wanted to, and deep down, she knew he was right. The Akatsuki wouldn't stop, and drawing them away from population centers was tactically sound. So 3 days after Pain's invasion, after helping with initial rebuilding efforts and attending memorial services for those who died before Rinne Rebirth restored them, Naruto prepared to leave Konoha. Sasuke and Sakura met him at the gate. "I'm coming with you," Sasuke said flatly. "No, you're not. You're still under probation. Leaving the village would violate the terms Tsunade set. Then she can extend my probation when we get back. You need backup. The Akatsuki work in pairs specifically to counter solo opponents, and you're planning to hunt them alone? That's tactical suicide. He's right, Sakura added. We're Team 7. We work together or not at all. You pulled Sasuke back from darkness twice. You can't expect us to just let you walk into danger alone after that. Naruto looked at them. His teammates, his bonds, the people he'd fought to protect and preserve. Part of him wanted to refuse, to keep them safe in the village where they couldn't be hurt. But 600 years of experience taught him that bonds built through shared struggle were stronger than bonds built through protection. Fine, he said, but you follow my lead. If I say run, you run. If I say retreat, you retreat. The Akatsuki members we'll face are S-rank threats, each one capable of destroying villages. I can handle them because of my past life's experience, but you can't. Understood? They nodded, and together Team 7 departed Konoha for what would become a months-long hunt across the elemental nations. Their first target was Hidan and Kakuzu, the Akatsuki pair last reported near the Land of Fire's northern border. Intelligence suggested they just completed a bounty collection and were traveling slowly, unaware that Konoha had survived Pain's invasion or that Naruto was actively hunting them. The ambush came at dawn in a forest clearing. Naruto appeared first, his flesh sword already manifested, the transparent world active and tracking both opponents. Hidan, the zealot with his triple-bladed scythe, grinned maniacally at the sight of fresh prey. Kakuzu, the ancient bounty hunter with 5 hearts and earth grudge fear techniques, simply calculated whether Naruto's bounty was worth the effort. 1 against 2, Hidan laughed. Lord Jashin will be pleased with your sacrifice. Moon breathing, 8th form, Moon Dragon Ringtail. The horizontal slash curved around Hidan's guard, the crescent blade bending through space in an arc that defied normal physics. It struck him from behind, bisecting his body at the waist. Hidan screamed, not in pain but in ecstasy, his immortality keeping him alive and conscious even split in half. Yes, pain! This is what Lord Jashin desires. I'll kill you slowly, make you suffer for... Shut up, Naruto said, and his flesh sword extended additional blades that pinned Hidan's upper body to a tree, preventing him from moving or reaching his lower half. You're immortal. I know. Jiraiya-sensei's intelligence covered that, but immortality doesn't mean invincible. Stay there while I deal with your partner. Kakuzu analyzed the threat rapidly. This boy had casually dismantled Hidan with one technique, showed no fear of S-rank criminals, and wielded a weapon that looked like something from nightmares. Retreat was the logical option, but Kakuzu's greed warred with his survival instinct. Naruto's bounty was substantial. Earth grudge fear, false darkness. Lightning released chakra condensed into a piercing beam that shot toward Naruto at lightning speed. Naruto's transparent world tracked the attack's trajectory, predicted its path, and allowed him to sidestep it with millimeters to spare. Moon-breathing, 3rd form, loathsome moon, chains! The crescent slashes connected mid-air, forming a net that caught Kakuzu's elemental masks, the external hearts that gave him his multi-element abilities. The masks tried to scatter, but Naruto was faster. His flesh sword split into multiple segments, each one targeting a different heart. 4 hearts were destroyed in rapid succession, the masks shredded by blade projections they couldn't dodge or defend against. Kakuzu, reduced to his final heart, made the smart decision and fled using earth release to tunnel underground. Naruto could have pursued, could have tracked him through the transparent world and finished the kill. But he had what he needed, confirmation that his techniques could counter Akatsuki members, and elimination of 2 threats from their roster. Sasuke and Sakura emerged from their concealment positions, having watched the entire engagement. Sakura stared at Hidan's still-living upper body with medical fascination mixed with horror. Sasuke simply nodded approvingly. You weren't exaggerating about S-rank threats being manageable for you, Sasuke said. That was over in 30 seconds. That was against opponents whose abilities I knew beforehand, who underestimated me, and who weren't coordinating effectively. Don't assume all Akatsuki encounters will be this clean. Naruto approached Hidan's pinned body. You're immortal, so I can't kill you, but I can ensure you never hurt anyone again. He used the flesh sword to sever Hidan's limbs, then buried each piece in separate locations miles apart. Without his body parts connected, Hidan's immortality became a curse. Conscious and aware, but unable to move, speak, or interact with the world. Trapped in darkness underground for eternity. It was cruel. It was necessary. And it sent a message to the remaining Akatsuki that Naruto wasn't just another Jinchūriki to be captured. He was a hunter who would permanently remove them from the board. Their second major encounter came 2 months later, after tracking leads and intelligence across 3 countries. Deidara had survived his supposed death at Tsunagakure and was now operating solo. His partner Sasori truly deceased. The explosives expert was preparing another attack when Team 7 caught up to him at an abandoned fortress. Deidara's fighting style posed unique challenges. His clay explosives could level city blocks. He fought from aerial distance on his clay bird. And his ultimate technique was a suicide bombing that created a 10-kilometer blast radius. Conventional combat was impossible against someone who treated every engagement as a potential martyrdom. But Naruto didn't fight conventionally. Using the transparent world, he tracked Deidara's chakra molding patterns and predicted which clay sculptures would become bombs. Using his moon-breathing forms, he created air pressure differentials that disrupted the clay's stability before it could detonate. And using the Nine-Tails chakra, he enhanced his speed to the point where he could close distance faster than Deidara could react. The battle became a chase. Deidara fleeing on his bird while dropping explosives, Naruto pursuing on foot while destroying each bomb before it could trigger. The landscape became a war zone of craters and scorched earth, each explosion deflected or neutralized by precise sword techniques. Finally, frustrated and running low on chakra, Deidara attempted his ultimate art, C4 Karura, microscopic bombs that entered enemies' bodies and detonated from within. The technique was invisible, undetectable, and theoretically impossible to counter, but Naruto's transparent world could see the microscopic clay entering his body, could track it through his bloodstream, and could use the Nine-Tails chakra to burn it out before it reached critical concentrations. Deidara watched in disbelief as his ultimate technique failed, as Naruto stood there completely unaffected by bombs that should have shredded him from inside out. Impossible, Deidara breathed. How did you? Moon breathing, 16th form, moonbow, half moon. The vertical slash generated 6 massive crescents that crashed down on Deidara's position. He tried to substitute, tried to fly away, but the attack was too large, too fast, too comprehensive. His clay bird was bisected. His body fell from the sky. And before he could activate his suicide bomb in a final act of spite, Naruto's flesh sword pinned him to the ground. The blade's hundreds of eyes watching every muscle twitch to ensure he couldn't form the necessary hand seals. "You're not dying on your terms," Naruto said coldly, standing over Deidara's broken body. "You don't get to choose martyrdom. You get to live with failure, imprisoned in Konoha, interrogated for intelligence on the remaining Akatsuki. That's justice." Deidara spat blood but couldn't argue. His arms were shattered, his chakra depleted, his ultimate techniques all countered. He was captured alive, the first Akatsuki member to be taken as a prisoner rather than killed. The months continued. Team 7 hunted methodically, gathering intelligence, tracking movements, eliminating threats. They captured Sasori's spy network documents. They destroyed Akatsuki hideouts across 5 countries. They disrupted their funding by targeting the organization's financial supporters. And through it all, Naruto trained. He developed new moon-breathing variations to counter specific opponents. He deepened his cooperation with the Nine-Tails, achieving a partnership that verged on true friendship rather than just mutual utility. He refined his transparent world to detect even reality-warping techniques like genjutsu or space-time manipulation. By the time they returned to Konoha 8 months later, the Akatsuki had been reduced from 10 members to 3. Obito Uchiha, Tobi, Zetsu, and whoever was truly controlling the organization from the shadows. The threat hadn't been eliminated, but it had been severely crippled. Tsunade greeted them at the gate with a mixture of relief and exasperation. 8 months. You were supposed to check in monthly. We were busy, Naruto said simply. Akatsuki won't be a problem for a while. They've lost most of their combat power and their intelligence network. When they do move again, it'll be desperate rather than calculated. Good, because while you were gone, something happened, something that changes everything. She led them to the Hokage office where an unexpected guest waited, Killer B, the eight-tails Ralph Jinchūriki from Kumagakure, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by grim seriousness. Yo, Naruto, we gotta talk, fool, B said, his rapping cadence absent for once. The Akatsuki's real plan, it's not just catching tailed beasts. They want to resurrect something called the Ten Tails, become its Jinchūriki, and use it to cast a genjutsu on the whole world. Infinite Tsukuyomi, a dream where everyone's trapped forever while their chakra gets drained. That's their endgame. The revelation sent chills through everyone present. An organization trying to trap the entire world in illusion, draining humanity's chakra to fuel some ancient plan? It was beyond normal criminal ambition. It was apocalyptic in scope. How do you know this? Sasuke asked. My brother interrogated a captured Akatsuki informant before they died. Got the whole plan before the kill switch activated. The Raikage sent me to warn the 5 Kage and organize a response. Tsunade's expression hardened. Then we need a summit. All 5 Kage discussing joint response to an existential threat. B, you'll serve as Kumo's representative for preliminary discussions. Naruto, you're coming too. They need to see what stopped pain. A summit won't work, Naruto said, drawing confused looks. The Kage hate each other, don't trust each other, have generations of conflict making cooperation nearly impossible. They'll argue politics while the Akatsuki prepares their doomsday weapon. We need something more direct. Like what? Like me infiltrating the Akatsuki's stronghold, finding whoever's leading them, and killing them before they can execute their plan. One precise strike instead of months of political maneuvering. That's suicide, Tsunade said flatly. For anyone else, yes. For someone with 600 years of infiltration experience and the ability to see through solid matter, it's just reconnaissance with extreme prejudice. Naruto's expression was absolutely certain. I've been hunting the Akatsuki for 8 months. I know their patterns, their hideouts, their tactics. I can end this before it becomes a world-ending crisis. The debate raged for hours, but eventually a compromise was reached. The 5 Kage summit would proceed as planned to organize official response and alliance. Meanwhile, Naruto would lead a covert infiltration mission to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki's true stronghold and, if possible, eliminate the leadership. It was during preparations for both operations that the message arrived. Itachi Uchiha was dead, killed by Sasuke in a confrontation outside a destroyed Uchiha hideout. The details were sparse, but the result was clear. Sasuke had achieved his life's goal, had killed the brother who destroyed his clan. Naruto found Sasuke 3 days later in the Forest of Death, sitting alone and staring at nothing. The Uchiha's eyes showed signs of Mangekyo Sharingan, the advanced form that Itachi's death had triggered. But instead of triumph or satisfaction, Sasuke just looked empty. I killed him, Sasuke said without preamble, used my strongest techniques, pushed him to the limit, and you know what his last words were? Naruto sat beside him, waiting. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. The exact same words he said when he killed our clan. Like everything was just one big loop of him apologizing while destroying my life. Sasuke's hands clenched. I should feel satisfied. I should feel vindicated. But all I feel is empty. Like I spent my entire life chasing this goal, and now that I've achieved it, there's nothing left. That's what revenge does, Naruto replied quietly. It gives you purpose built on hatred. And when that purpose is fulfilled, the hatred remains, but the purpose disappears. You're left with nothing but the hollow realization that killing someone doesn't actually fix anything. So what now? What do I do with this power, this achievement, this emptiness? You find a new purpose, one built on creation rather than destruction. Itachi wanted you to surpass him, to become stronger than him, to live a full life. You've surpassed him in power. Now surpass him in wisdom. Use your strength to protect instead of avenge. Sasuke was silent for a long moment. Then he said something that surprised them both. I want to help reform Konoha. Make it so no one else has to choose between their family and their village. Create systems that prevent future massacres. That's my new goal. It was growth. Painful, hard-won growth born from achieving revenge and realizing it solved nothing. Naruto felt pride mixed with sadness. pride that Sasuke was choosing a better path, sadness that it had taken so much suffering to get there. Then that's what you'll do. After we deal with the Akatsuki, after the world isn't ending, you'll work on reform, and I'll support you because that's what teammates do. They sat together as the sun set, two warriors who'd both lost everything and found something worth fighting for in each other's company. Team 7 had been broken and rebuilt multiple times, but maybe this final configuration, scarred and wiser and focused on creation rather than destruction, would actually last. The 5 Kage Summit took place in the Land of Iron, neutral territory where shinobi weren't permitted and samurai ensured order. The 5 leaders arrived with their bodyguards and advisors, each one representing decades of tradition and conflict. Naruto attended as Tsunade's special advisor, his reputation having grown to the point where even the other Kage knew his name. The Raikage glared at him with barely contained hostility. Naruto had embarrassed Kumo by defeating B in a sparring match during preliminary meetings. The Tsuchikage looked at him with calculating interest. A warrior who could counter Akatsuki was worth studying. The Kazekage, Gaara, having ascended to the position, watched with complicated emotion, gratitude mixed with wariness toward the person who defeated and spared him. And the Mizukage evaluated him with cool professionalism, recognizing another wielder of unusual power. The summit began with predictable political posturing. Each Kage presented their village's perspectives on the Akatsuki threat. Accusations flew about which village had previously harbored Akatsuki members. Arguments erupted over resource allocation for a joint military response. Then Obito struck. He appeared in the center of the chamber, materializing through his Kamui space-time technique like a ghost. His mask bore a single eye hole, and through it, a Sharingan stared at the assembled Kage with amusement. "Gentlemen, lady," he addressed them casually. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Madara Uchiha, leader of the Akatsuki, and I've come to deliver an ultimatum. Surrender the 8 tails and 9 tails, or I will take them by force and cast infinite Tsukuyomi on this world. You have 1 week to decide." The Raikage attacked immediately, his lightning release armor crackling as he lunged. His fist passed through Obito's head harmlessly, the intangibility technique making physical attacks useless. The other Kage followed, earth techniques, water techniques, sand constructs, all passing through Obito as if he didn't exist. Naruto watched with his transparent world active, tracking the space-time distortion around Obito's body. He could see when the technique activated, could see the brief moment of vulnerability when Obito solidified to attack or move. This wasn't true intangibility, it was dimensional warping, making Obito untouchable by moving his body into another space. Moon breathing, 10th form, drilling slashes, moon through bamboo leaves. The 3 spiraling blade projections launched at Obito with precise timing. The first was dodged through intangibility, but the second caught him mid-solidification as he moved, forcing him to abort his attack. The third was deliberately mistimed, catching his retreat. Obito's mask cracked, revealing the Sharingan beneath. "Impressive. You actually predicted my technique's timing, but you're too slow to capitalize on it." He vanished through Kamui before Naruto could follow up, escaping back to wherever he'd come from. But the message was clear. The Akatsuki had declared war, and neutrality was no longer an option. The Kage Summit concluded with unprecedented agreement. The 5 great nations would form an allied shinobi forces to combat the Akatsuki threat. 80,000 ninja would be mobilized across 5 divisions. Strategic planning would be coordinated through a central command structure, and Jinchūriki would be protected in secure locations to prevent their capture. Naruto objected to the last point immediately. "You're treating us like cargo to be hidden rather than weapons to be deployed. I'm stronger than most of your forces combined. Hiding me wastes resources." "You're also the Akatsuki's primary target," the Raikage countered. "Capturing you gives them the 9 tails. We can't risk that." "Then let me hunt them before they can organize. I've eliminated half their combat strength already. Give me 3 months with a small team, and I'll find their stronghold and eliminate their leadership." "Too risky. 1 mistake, and you're captured." The argument continued until Gaara intervened. Naruto has proven himself capable of handling Akatsuki members. More importantly, he's shown he can be trusted with power most of us fear. I propose a compromise. Keep him in reserve during initial engagements, but deploy him once the enemy's positions are confirmed. Use him as a tactical response rather than frontline fighter. The solution satisfied most parties. It kept Naruto accessible without exposing him unnecessarily, allowed his power to be deployed strategically rather than wasted on logistics, and gave the allied forces a trump card to deploy when battles turned critical. But in private, Tsunade pulled Naruto aside with darker news. We've received intelligence that Sasuke has been acting strangely since killing Itachi. He's been meeting with someone calling himself Madara Uchiha, possibly the same person who attacked the summit. I'm concerned he's being manipulated into joining the Akatsuki. Naruto's blood ran cold. After everything, after 2 separate retrievals, after months of reformation, after finally finding a productive purpose, Sasuke was being pulled back toward darkness? I need to talk to him, Naruto said immediately. I agree, but carefully. If he truly is being manipulated, confronting him directly might push him away completely. You need to be subtle. Subtle wasn't Naruto's strength, but for Sasuke, he'd try. He found Sasuke training alone at the Valley of the End, the same location where they'd fought twice before, where their relationship had been tested and rebuilt. The symbolism wasn't lost on either of them. I heard you've been meeting with someone claiming to be Madara Uchiha, Naruto said without preamble. Want to tell me about that? Sasuke didn't stop his training, his Mangekyo Sharingan active as he practiced techniques Naruto had never seen before. He told me the truth about Itachi, about the village elders ordering the massacre, about how Konoha used my brother as a weapon and then discarded him. He's offering me a chance to destroy the system that created such injustice. And you believe him? His information checks out. I verified the details through independent sources. The third Hokage may not have wanted the massacre, but he allowed it. Danzo actively encouraged it. The village leadership sacrificed my entire clan to preserve political stability. That's unforgivable. So your solution is to destroy Konoha? Punish thousands for the decisions of a few dead leaders? My solution is to rebuild from scratch, eliminate the corrupt system, and create something better. Sasuke finally stopped training, turning to face Naruto directly. You told me to find purpose beyond revenge. I have. Reforming Konoha from within will take decades and might not work. Revolutionary change through destruction and reconstruction? That's faster, more guaranteed. It's also exactly what people consumed by hatred do, Naruto replied. You're dressing up revenge as revolution, but it's still just you wanting to hurt people because you're in pain. I've seen this before, in myself across 600 years. It never ends well. Then what would you suggest? How do I fix a system that murders entire families for political convenience? By being better than the system. Prove through action that reform works better than destruction. Show the next generation that cycles of hatred can be broken through conscious choice. Be the change, instead of forcing change through violence. Naruto stepped closer, his expression intense. Sasuke, I've pulled you back from darkness twice. I can't do it again. Not because I don't care, but because eventually you have to choose for yourself to step into the light. I can guide you, support you, fight beside you, but I can't make your choices for you. This is the moment where you decide who you want to be. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the waterfall's roar. Sasuke stood there, his Mangekyo Sharingan reflecting Naruto's determined expression, weighing everything he'd learned and experienced against everything he'd been offered. Finally, he spoke. I'll give you 1 year. 1 year to show me that reform from within can work, that the village can change without being destroyed. If at the end of that year I don't see real progress, real systemic change, then I'm doing it my way. Deal? It wasn't ideal, but it was better than immediate betrayal. Naruto nodded. Deal. 1 year. I'll make it count. They shook hands there at the Valley of the End, 2 warriors committing to one final test of whether bonds could truly overcome hatred, whether Naruto's 600 years of experience could finally guide someone away from the path he'd walked. The 4th Great Ninja War began not with a declaration, but with an army. 100,000 White Zetsu clones pouring across borders, attacking all 5 nations simultaneously. The coordinated assault was unprecedented in scale, Forcing the allied shinobi forces to mobilize faster than planned, Naruto was held in reserve as agreed, stationed at a secure location while the initial combat unfolded. He listened to reports through communication devices, tracking battles across multiple fronts, feeling useless while thousands fought and died against the Zetsu army. Then the Edo Tensei activation changed everything. Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru's former subordinate, had perfected the forbidden technique that resurrected the dead as immortal fighters. Legendary shinobi from across history materialized on the battlefield. Previous Kaji, clan founders, S-rank criminals, warriors whose power had shaped the shinobi world. They fought for the enemy now, immortal and unstoppable, their techniques devastating the allied forces. "We need Naruto deployed," the Raikage finally admitted through the command network. "These resurrected warriors are beyond our normal force's capacity. Send him to the front lines." Naruto didn't need to be told twice. He used the Nine-Tails chakra to enhance his speed, crossing continents in hours to reach the primary battlefield. What he found was carnage. The allied forces in retreat, legendary shinobi cutting through them like wheat, the Zetsu army providing endless reinforcements. Moon-breathing 14th form, catastrophe, 10-men crescent moon. The technique manifested at full power, dozens of massive crescent blades erupting across the battlefield. Zetsu clones were shredded by the thousands. Edo Tensei warriors were dismantled, their regeneration overwhelmed by the sheer volume of damage. The allied forces rallied, seeing Naruto's arrival as a sign that victory was possible. But Naruto knew this was just the beginning. The Edo Tensei warriors would regenerate. The Zetsu army seemed endless. And somewhere, Obito and his mysterious ally were preparing the Ten Tails for resurrection. This wasn't a battle. It was the opening move in a war that would determine humanity's fate. The battles continued for days. Naruto was deployed across 5 fronts simultaneously, his presence requested wherever the fighting was heaviest. He fought previous Jinchūriki resurrected as Edo Tensei warriors. He destroyed Zetsu armies numbering in the tens of thousands. He engaged resurrected Kage in single combat, using his moon-breathing forms to counter techniques that had once shaped nations. And through it all, he felt the weight of 600 years pressing down. He'd fought in wars before as Kokushibo, had slaughtered armies, destroyed fortresses, reshaped battlefields through overwhelming power. But that had been for selfish goals, for proving himself stronger than Yoichi, for feeding an ego that could never be satisfied. This was different. This was fighting for people worth protecting, for a future worth preserving, for bonds that gave meaning to his existence. Every Zetsu he destroyed was one less threat to Konoha. Every resurrected warrior he defeated was one step closer to ending the war. Every allied forces member he saved was proof that his power could create rather than just destroy. On the 3rd day of combat, Naruto encountered the resurrected previous Hokage, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, the village founders. They stood across from him on a devastated battlefield, Edo Tensei bodies regenerating from damage, Hashirama's wood release reshaping the landscape. "Fascinating," Hashirama observed, studying Naruto with genuine interest. "Your chakra feels ancient, older than the village itself, yet you fight for Konoha with conviction that rivals my own. Who are you, really?" "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchūriki of the Nine-Tails, reincarnation of Kokushibo, the demon swordsman. I'm someone who spent 600 years making mistakes and is trying to do better this time around." Tobirama's eyes narrowed. A demon from before chakra? That shouldn't be possible. The flow of souls doesn't permit such things. Apparently it does, because here I am. And right now, I need to stop you from destroying the allied forces. Forgive me for the disrespect, First Hokage, but I'm gonna have to seal you. The battle that followed was legendary. Hashirama's wood release generated forests that covered entire miles. Tobirama's water release created oceans from ambient moisture. Their combined jutsu arsenal represented the pinnacle of shinobi combat, techniques refined over lifetimes of experience and genius. But Naruto had 6 centuries of combat experience, power that matched tailed beasts, and techniques they'd never encountered. His moon-breathing forms cut through wood release like it was paper. His transparent world predicted their movements despite their experience. and his combination of nine-tails chakra with demonic sword techniques created attacks that overwhelmed even their legendary defenses. Moon breathing, 17th form, eclipse of 6 moons. 6 massive crescent blades crashed down from different angles, each one carrying enough force to level a mountain. Hashirama tried to defend with his wood golem technique, but the blades shattered it. Tobirama attempted to escape through flying thunder god, but Naruto's transparent world tracked his space-time markers and intercepted. When the dust settled, both Hokage were pinned beneath ceiling tags, their Edo Tensei regeneration suppressed. Hashirama laughed despite being defeated. Incredible! You're even stronger than I was in my prime. If warriors like you protect Konoha now, then the village's future is secure. I'm trying, Naruto replied, genuine respect in his voice. You built something worth protecting, first Hokage. I'm just honoring that legacy by defending it. Good man. When this war ends, ensure the village never forgets power without bonds becomes tyranny, but bonds without power become victimhood. Balance them, and Konoha will thrive. The sealing completed, and both Hokage dissolved into light, their souls returning to the Pure Land. Around Naruto, the allied forces cheered, seeing their trump card defeat even legendary warriors. Morale soared, and the tide of battle began shifting in their favor, but the true threat was still preparing. While Naruto fought across multiple fronts, Obito and Madara, resurrected through Eidotei and later revived fully, were gathering the tailed beasts needed for the Ten Tails resurrection. Despite the allied forces' best efforts, they captured the Two Tails through Seven Tails. Only the Eight Tails and Nine Tails remained free, and both were heavily protected. The confrontation came at the war's climax, as Obito succeeded in partially reviving the Ten Tails despite missing the full 8 and 9 Tails. The creature that emerged was Nightmare made manifest, a massive beast with 10 tails, a single eye, and power that made the earth shake just from existing. Naruto faced it alongside the allied forces' best warriors, Sasuke with his evolved Manjikyo Sharingan, Sakura with her medical mastery and chakra-enhanced strength, Kakashi with his Kamui, B with his full 8 tails transformation, Gaara with his sand manipulation, and dozens of other elite shinobi. But even combined, they were being overwhelmed. The 10 tails tailed beast bombs devastated armies. Its physical attacks crushed mountains. Its mere presence generated natural disasters. And Obito, having become its Jinchūriki through a desperate gambit, gained power that approached godhood. You can't win, Obito declared, floating above the battlefield wrapped in the Ten Tails chakra cloak. I've transcended humanity. I've achieved power beyond your comprehension. Surrender and accept the infinite Tsukuyomi, or be erased. Naruto's response was to enter his ultimate form. 9 Tails chakra cloak at maximum, flesh sword manifested and enhanced with tailed beast chakra, 6 physical eyes manifesting around his head, and presence so overwhelming that reality seemed to distort around him. I've lived 600 years, Naruto's voice overlapped with ancient power. I've fought gods, demons, and everything between. You think becoming a Jinchūriki makes you invincible? I am a Jinchūriki, one who's learned to balance human and beast, to wield power without being consumed by it. Let me show you the difference between stealing power and earning it. They clashed midair, and the impact created a shockwave that flattened everything within a mile radius. Naruto's flesh sword met Obito's truth-seeking orbs, both weapons negating each other through conceptual opposition. The 9 Tails chakra warred with the 10 Tails power, neither gaining advantage, but Naruto had something Obito lacked: experience. 600 years of combat, of reading opponents, of knowing when to attack and when to defend. He'd fought beings as powerful as Obito before in his original world and learned their patterns. Moon breathing, 5th form, Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy. The vortex of crescent blades surrounded Obito, each one enhanced with 9 Tails chakra to counter the truth-seeking orbs. Obito used his intangibility, but Naruto had learned the timing. He struck during the microsecond window when Obito solidified to attack, forcing him onto the defensive. You're fighting to escape reality, Naruto said as they exchanged blows that reshaped the battlefield. Running into a dream because the real world hurt you. Luffy, I understand that impulse. I ran from reality for 400 years and it brought me nothing. But running solves nothing. Face your pain Accept your losses, grow from them instead of denying they happened. You don't understand anything, Obito roared, his composure cracking. I lost everything. The woman I loved, my friends, my dreams. The infinite Tsukuyomi can give everyone their heart's desires. It's the only path to true peace. It's the path of a coward who can't accept that life includes suffering. Naruto's blade split into multiple segments, each one attacking from different angles. Peace isn't the absence of pain. It's having people beside you to share that pain. It's building bonds strong enough to endure loss. You've abandoned that in favor of imprisoning everyone in fantasy, and you call that peace? The battle raged across the landscape, two Jinchūriki of apocalyptic power trading techniques that each could have destroyed nations. The allied forces watched in awe and terror, seeing power levels they'd only heard about in legends, witnessing what happened when the strongest beings in existence committed fully to combat. Then Naruto used his ultimate technique, the one he'd developed specifically for this moment. Moon breathing, final form, eternal night, falling moon. It wasn't multiple blades. It wasn't a barrage of attacks. It was a single crescent slash, but condensed with 600 years of experience, regret, determination, and absolute conviction. The blade that manifested above the battlefield was as large as a mountain, glowing with purple and orange chakra, covered in thousands of eyes that all wept simultaneously. This wasn't just an attack. It was the manifestation of Naruto's entire existence bearing down. Every moment of Kokushibo's jealousy and pain. Every moment of Naruto Uzumaki's growth and bonds. Every lesson learned. Every mistake made. Every person he'd fought to protect. All of it compressed into one strike that carried conceptual weight beyond mere physical force. Obito tried to defend with truth-seeking orbs, tried to use his intangibility, tried to counter with the Ten Tails' full power. None of it mattered. The falling moon technique descended with the inevitability of fate itself, crashing down like divine judgment. The impact created a crater 5 miles wide. The shockwave could be felt across continents. And when the dust settled, Obito lay broken in the center, the 10 tails of chakra torn from his body, his connection to the beast severed by sheer overwhelming force. Naruto stood over him, his flesh sword dissolving, his 6 eyes fading, his breathing ragged from chakra exhaustion. It's over. Your dream of infinite Tsukuyomi ends here. But before Obito could respond, before the allied forces could celebrate, the ground split open and Madara Uchiha emerged. Not the Edo Tensei version, but fully revived through Black Zetsu's manipulation, and he was already the Ten Tails Jinchūriki, having stolen the beast from Obito's broken body. Impressive, Madara said, studying Naruto with genuine interest. You defeated Obito, destroyed my plans, and nearly ended the war single-handedly. But you made one mistake. You exhausted yourself doing it, and now you face me at your weakest while I'm at my strongest. It was true. Naruto's chakra reserves were dangerously low. The final form technique had drained him more than any technique he'd ever used. He could barely stand, let alone fight someone of Madara's caliber. But he didn't need to fight alone. Sasuke appeared beside him, Susanoo manifesting around his body. Sakura landed on his other side, her chakra-enhanced strength ready. Kakashi materialized behind, Kamui activated. And across the battlefield, every shinobi in the allied forces stood up, battered and exhausted but ready to continue fighting. You're not facing him alone, Sasuke said simply. That's what bonds mean, sharing the burden. All of you can't defeat me, Madara declared, but there was uncertainty in his voice now. I have the Rinnegan, the Ten Tails, power beyond any single shinobi's capacity. But you're alone, Naruto interrupted, forcing himself upright despite his exhaustion. You've spent your entire life seeking power, betraying allies, sacrificing anything for strength. And what did it get you? A lonely existence chasing a dream that's already failed. Meanwhile, I've got 80,000 comrades behind me, teammates beside me, and bonds worth fighting for. Guess which one of us is really stronger? The battle that followed wasn't a duel, it was a war. Naruto, exhausted but supported by the Nine Tails emergency chakra reserves, coordinated with Sasuke to create combination attacks neither could achieve alone. Sakura provided medical support, keeping them fighting through injuries that should have been fatal. Kakashi used Kamui to warp away Madara's most devastating techniques, and the allied forces, inspired by seeing their strongest warriors refuse to surrender, attacked with renewed vigor. Tens of thousands of shinobi, each one contributing what they could: distractions, support techniques, seals, barriers. No single attack hurt Madara significantly, but collectively they prevented him from using his full power against Naruto. The tide turned when Obito, lying broken nearby, made a final choice. He'd spent the battle watching Naruto fight, listening to his words about bonds and pain, and choosing to face reality. And he realized Naruto was right. The infinite Tsukuyomi was just another form of the cowardice that had defined his life. "Kakashi," Obito called out, using the last of his strength to reach his former teammate. "Use my Sharingan. Complete the Kamui pair. I'm dying anyway. Let me help fix what I broke." The transfer happened in seconds, Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan gifted to Kakashi through his final act of redemption. And with both Kamui eyes, Kakashi gained access to perfect Susanoo temporarily. The ultimate defense and offense, manifesting as a massive chakra avatar that matched Madara's techniques and scale. The combined assault of Naruto's moon-breathing forms, Sasuke's Susanoo attacks, and Kakashi's perfect Susanoo finally overwhelmed Madara's defenses. The Ten Tails was extracted from his body, sealed away through cooperative sealing techniques, and Madara was left mortal and defeated. But even in defeat, he smiled. "You've won," Madara acknowledged, lying in the crater his fall had created. "Through bonds, teamwork, sacrifice, all the things I discarded pursuing power. Hashirama was right. I should have trusted him, should have believed in the village we built together. I wasted my life chasing a dream when I could have lived in reality." "At least you figured it out before dying," Naruto said, kneeling beside the legendary Uchiha. "That's more than some people manage." "One last question before I go. What are you really? Your power feels older than chakra itself. Your techniques come from a different era. Your eyes see things the Sharingan cannot. What is Naruto Uzumaki?" "I'm the reincarnation of Michikatsu Tsugikuni, who became the demon Kokushibo. I spent 600 years consumed by jealousy and hatred, became the second strongest demon in existence, and died with nothing but regret. Then I was reborn as Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, and given a chance to do things right. I'm 6 centuries of mistakes trying to become 1 lifetime of wisdom." Madara laughed weakly. "A demon learning to be human. How poetic. I hope you succeed where I failed. The world needs people who can wield power without being consumed by it." He died there, his body dissolving into light, the great Madara Uchiha whose plans had nearly ended the world undone by the bonds he'd rejected. But the war wasn't over. Black Zetsu, revealed to be an ancient entity serving Kaguya Otsutsuki, possessed Madara's corpse and completed the resurrection ritual. Kaguya emerged, the origin of Chakra, the creator of the tailed beasts, a goddess-level threat who viewed humanity as failed creations to be recycled. The final battle took place across multiple dimensions as Kaguya used her Rinne Sharingan to shift the battlefield through different realities. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi fought together as Team 7 one last time, combining their abilities in ways that showcased how far they'd grown since graduation. Naruto's role was overwhelming offense. His moon-breathing forms, enhanced with 6 paths chakra gifted by Hagoromo Otsutsuki's spirit, could actually damage Kaguya's immortal body. His transparent world tracked her movements through dimension shifts. His partnership with the Nine Tails provided the chakra reserves needed for sustained combat against a goddess. Sasuke used his evolved Rinnegan to counter Kaguya's dimension shifting, swapping Team 7 between realities to maintain offensive pressure. His Susanoo provided defense against attacks that could vaporize landscapes. And his strategic thinking, honed through years of rivalry with Naruto, identified weaknesses in Kaguya's patterns. Sakura's medical expertise kept everyone fighting through injuries that should have killed them. Her chakra-enhanced strength delivered critical strikes that disrupted Kaguya's techniques. And her determination, often overlooked compared to her teammates' flashier abilities, proved essential when she landed the hit that immobilized Kaguya long enough for the ceiling. Kakashi, wielding temporary perfect Susanoo from Obito's gift, served as both support and heavy offense. His experience coordinating teams, his tactical genius, his willingness to sacrifice himself if needed, all of it came together in those final moments. The sealing technique required perfect coordination. Naruto and Sasuke had to touch Kaguya simultaneously, with seals gifted by Hagoromo, while Sakura and Kakashi created an opening through combined assault. The margin for error was 0. One mistake and Kaguya would vaporize them all with her truth-seeking orbs or ash-killing bones. Moon-breathing 17th form, eclipse of 6 moons. 6 massive crescents crashed down from different angles, forcing Kaguya to defend simultaneously from multiple directions. Kakashi's perfect Susanoo attacked from above with a chakra blade the size of a building. Sakura charged from below with chakra-enhanced punches that shattered the ground Kaguya stood on. And in that moment of distraction, Sasuke swapped positions through his Rinnegan, placing himself and Naruto on either side of the goddess. Their hands, bearing the sun and moon seals, reached out simultaneously and made contact with Kaguya's shoulders. Chibaku Tensei! They roared together, and the sealing activated. Kaguya screamed as she was pulled into the seal, her body converting into the core of a massive gravitational sphere. Rock, earth, debris. Everything within miles was drawn in, forming a moon-sized prison that would hold her for eternity. When the technique completed, a new celestial body hung in the sky, and Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed away. The war ended not with a bang, but with exhausted silence. 80,000 shinobi stood on a devastated battlefield, looking at the new moon in the sky, processing that they'd actually survived an apocalyptic threat. Many collapsed from exhaustion. Others wept with relief. Some simply sat down and stared at nothing, too overwhelmed to react. Naruto stood with his teammates, all 4 of them barely conscious from chakra depletion and physical trauma. They'd won, against impossible odds, against godlike opponents, against threats that should have ended the world. They'd won. Team 7, Kakashi said with his characteristic eye crinkle, mission complete. Let's go home. The journey back to Konoha took weeks, during which the Allied forces gradually dispersed to their respective villages. Treaties were signed, alliances were formalized, and the beginnings of lasting peace took root. The war had been devastating, but it had also united the 5 nations in ways political summits never could. Naruto was hailed as a hero across all nations. The shinobi who defeated Pain, fought across multiple fronts, helped seal Kaguya. His legend grew to mythical proportions. Songs were composed about the Moonblade demon. Stories spread about the warrior with 6 eyes who'd ended the war. His name became synonymous with hope and overwhelming power in equal measure. But Naruto himself felt only exhaustion and relief. He'd fulfilled the purpose his reincarnation had given him, protecting bonds, using power responsibly, being better than Kokushibo had been. The weight of 600 years felt lighter now, the regret diminished by actions that had genuinely mattered. Sasuke's promised year of observation concluded during the post-war recovery. True to his word, Naruto had worked tirelessly on village reform, restructuring Anbu to prevent future abuses, establishing independent oversight committees for clan affairs, creating systems that would prevent another Uchiha-style massacre. The changes were slow, resisted by conservative elements, but they were happening. You kept your promise, Sasuke acknowledged during a meeting at the Uchiha compound ruins. Real systemic change. Not perfect, but genuine progress. I'll stay. I'll help build this new Konoha rather than destroy the old one. What changed your mind? Naruto asked. Watching you during the war, you had power that could have ruled through fear, could have made everyone submit through overwhelming strength, but you chose to fight beside them as an equal instead. You embodied the ideals you preached. That convinced me more than any political reform could. That true change comes from being the example, not forcing compliance. It was the closest thing to a compliment Sasuke had ever given, and Naruto accepted it for what it was, acknowledgement that their bond had finally evolved beyond rivalry into genuine mutual respect. 2 years after the war's end, Tsunade stepped down as 5th Hokage. She'd served through multiple crises, rebuilt the village twice, and at 60 years old, felt she'd earned retirement. The question of succession divided the village. Some wanted Kakashi for his experience, others wanted Naruto for his strength and heroism. The village council deliberated for weeks before reaching their decision. Kakashi would serve as 6th Hokage, handling the political transition and establishing post-war systems. But he would be a placeholder, a bridge between eras, with the understanding that Naruto would eventually succeed him when ready. "I'm not ready to be Hokage," Naruto admitted when informed of the decision. "I can fight wars and defeat enemies, but politics, administration, I'd be terrible at it." "Then learn," Tsunade said bluntly. "You have years before Kakashi retires. Use them to understand governance, diplomacy, economics, all the unglamorous work that keeps villages functioning. Being Hokage isn't about being the strongest. It's about being willing to carry everyone's burdens and still keep moving forward." So Naruto trained again, but differently this time. Instead of combat techniques, he studied village management. Instead of fighting opponents, he mediated clan disputes. Instead of perfecting jutsu, he learned budgets and treaty negotiations. It was tedious, frustrating work that held none of combat's visceral satisfaction, but it was necessary. And after 600 years of seeking strength for its own sake, Naruto had learned to value necessary work over satisfying work. Sasuke aided him unexpectedly, using his Uchiha heritage to navigate clan politics. Naruto found impenetrable. Sakura helped with medical infrastructure planning, her dual expertise in combat and healing providing unique perspectives. And Kakashi mentored him directly, teaching the unglamorous skills that separated effective leaders from popular warriors. The years passed. Naruto grew from a 19-year-old war hero into a mature young man who understood power's responsibilities. He handled diplomatic missions to other villages, negotiated trade agreements, mediated internal conflicts. His reputation evolved from terrifying weapon to wise guardian, someone feared for his power, but trusted for his judgment. When Kakashi announced his retirement 5 years after taking office, the succession was unanimous. Naruto Uzumaki would become the 7th Hokage at age 24, the youngest person ever to hold the position. The ceremony took place on a perfect spring day. Naruto stood before the assembled village, wearing the Hokage's robes and hat, looking at thousands of faces representing the people he'd sworn to protect. Some he recognized. Team 7 standing in the front row, Iruka wiping away tears, Tsunade watching with proud satisfaction. Others were strangers, civilians whose names he'd never know but whose lives he'd still defend. As he looked at his face being carved into the Hokage monument beside the previous 6 leaders, Naruto thought about the journey that had brought him here. 600 years as Kokushibo, consumed by jealousy and hatred, dying with nothing but regret. 24 years as Naruto Uzumaki, learning to value bonds over power, to protect rather than dominate, to be human rather than demonic. The flesh sword manifested one final time in his hand, that grotesque weapon covered in eyes that had defined so much of his power. He looked at it, at the physical manifestation of his past life's techniques, at the reminder of everything he'd been and overcome. "Thank you," Naruto said quietly, speaking to the sword, to Kokushibo's memory, to the 600 years of experience that had shaped him, for the strength to protect them, for the wisdom to use that strength correctly, for the chance to be better than what I was. But I don't need you to define me anymore. The sword dissolved permanently, its eyes closing for the last time. The 6 phantom eyes that had surrounded his head for years faded completely. And Naruto Uzumaki stood there as himself, not Kokushibo's reincarnation, not the Nine-Tails container, not a demon wearing human skin. Just a man who'd learned from his mistakes and become something better. He stepped forward to address the village, his first words as Hokage carrying across the assembled crowd. "I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes, more than most people could imagine. I've been consumed by negative emotions, made selfish choices, hurt people I cared about. But I've learned from those mistakes. I've grown through the support of bonds I nearly threw away. And I stand here now, not as the strongest warrior, but as someone who understands that protecting this village means valuing every life within it. I spent 600 years in a previous life seeking power for its own sake, chasing validation that could never satisfy me, becoming a monster in pursuit of meaningless supremacy. I won't make that mistake again. As Hokage, my power serves you, the civilians and shinobi, the children and elderly, the powerful and weak. All of you matter. All of you deserve protection, and I will spend every day of my service ensuring that protection is maintained." Konoha was built on the dream that shinobi could find peace, that villages could prosper without endless war, that bonds between people could overcome hatred and violence. That dream cost many lives to achieve and many more to preserve. I won't let those sacrifices be wasted. We will continue building a village worth dying for, which means creating a village worth living in. I make this promise to you all. I will be better than my past. I will use my strength to protect rather than oppress. I will value bonds over power, wisdom over strength, peace over victory. This is my oath as the 7th Hokage. This is my commitment as someone who's lived long enough to know what truly matters. Together, we will build something that lasts not through fear, but through mutual trust and shared purpose. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Naruto barely heard them. He was looking at Sasuke, at Sakura, at Kakashi, his teammates who'd pulled him back from darkness multiple times, who'd refused to give up on him even when he'd been a monster. He was looking at Iruka, the first person to acknowledge him as human rather than demon. He was looking at Tsunade and Jiraiya's memorial stone, honoring the teachers who'd invested in his growth. Most of all, he was looking at the future, at the village he'd sworn to protect, at the generation of children who'd grow up in relative peace because of the sacrifices made during the war, at the possibility that maybe, finally, the cycle of hatred could be broken through conscious choice rather than perpetuated through inherited trauma. That night, standing on the Hokage monument after the ceremony concluded, Naruto looked up at the stars and thought about Yoriichi Tsugikuni. His brother from another life, the man whose shadow Kokushibo had chased for 400 years, the person who'd been perfect in every way that mattered. "I hope you're watching, brother," Naruto whispered to the sky. "I hope you can see that I finally learned the lessons you tried to teach me. Power without purpose is empty. Talent without compassion is worthless. Strength matters less than the bonds you build with it. It took me 600 years and a complete reincarnation to understand, but I understand now." The wind carried his words away across the village, past the rebuilt buildings and peaceful streets, across the lands where he'd fought and bled and nearly died protecting what mattered. And somewhere in whatever afterlife existed for souls like theirs, Naruto liked to believe Yoriichi was smiling, proud that his jealous brother had finally found peace, grateful that Michikatsu's second chance had been used wisely, happy that the cycle of hatred had been broken through growth rather than perpetuated through stubbornness. Naruto Uzumaki stood there, 7th Hokage of Konagakure, 624 years old in total life experience, and for the first time in all those centuries, he felt completely at peace. He'd been a demon. He'd been a monster. He'd been consumed by jealousy and hatred and every negative emotion that could corrupt a soul. But he'd also been given a second chance, had chosen to be better, had used his overwhelming power to protect rather than destroy. The flesh sword was gone. The phantom eyes had faded. Kokushibo's techniques remained, but only as tools rather than defining characteristics. Naruto had finally, after 600 years, separated who he was from what he could do. And that made all the difference. In the distance, the village lights twinkled like earthbound stars, each one representing a life he'd sworn to protect. Children slept peacefully in their beds, unaware of the ancient demon who watched over them. Shinobi trained for futures that weren't guaranteed, but were possible because someone had fought to preserve them. Families gathered in their homes, living normal lives that 600 years ago would have seemed impossibly precious to someone consumed by power. This was what it all meant. Not the techniques, not the power, not the legend. Just the simple ability to protect people worth protecting, to use strength without being consumed by it, to value bonds over supremacy. Naruto had spent 400 years as Kokushibo learning what not to be. He'd spent 24 years as Naruto Uzumaki learning what to be instead. And now, as Hokage, he would spend however many years remain proving that redemption was possible, that people could change, that 600 years of mistakes could be overcome through conscious choice and dedication. The moon rose over Konoha, full and bright, casting silver light across the peaceful village. And Naruto Uzumaki, who'd once been Michikatsu Tsugikuni, who'd become the demon Kokushibo, who died with centuries of regret, stood there bathed in that moonlight and knew with absolute certainty that he'd finally, after all this time, found what he'd been searching for across 6 centuries: purpose, peace, redemption. Home. The end.
Can the hidden leaf survive this moonlight monster? If you enjoyed this dark descent into shinobi history, slash that subscribe button and hit the bell for more elite anime theories. Comment below which demon power Naruto should master next. Thanks for watching, and stay legendary.